Hello, hello. Welcome on in, everyone. Good to see you all. I hope you guys are excited for some heckin' D&D tonight. I know I am. Thank you, everyone, for the supports and bits and subs and all that stuff. I will get to those at the end of the episode. We got alerts muted for these D&D episodes because I want all the focus to be on the game. But I really appreciate all your support. But yeah, I think we're just gonna get into it because I'm excited because it's been a bit since we played. Our schedules weren't aligning, but we got some in just in time before Elden Ring DLC and Dan disappears into the video game cave mines. So let's say hi to some friends. Oh, hi.
Oh, that's me.
Howdy.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
So fancy to meet you all here.
Oh my gosh, so weird.
Oh my
I
god.
didn't see you come out.
Oh, well, see ya.
Oh, yeah. See ya.
Twitter was on my screen for a bit there, so I hope there wasn't anything bad. That's good.
Well, it's Twitter.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, that was that. Whew, I was like, wait a minute, it's capturing my desktop. Oh boy. Yeah, how are you guys doing? You guys want to play some D&D?
Yeah.
Wrong with my
Yes.
mom
Yeah.
today.
You guys want to play some fucking D&D? I know I do.
Fucking D&D.
You want to fucking play some D&D?
I'm gonna play some fucking D&D.
All right.
I don't want to play D&D.
How dare you?
Wow. The little guy dies. No, I was kidding.
I almost choked on my tea.
Not the little guy.
He's dead now.
He's innocent.
It's all right. 1 in 4 days, a new one comes back. So you're good.
He didn't do anything.
No, he's fine. He's fine. Okay. You guys want? Well, let's get to it. Let's do a little previously on Dan Jones and Dragons. After an eventful evening at the Gala of Mr. Wick, our party left the city of Brightcoin and headed back to Northcliff with an unexpected lost artifact in hand. The Shaper of Minds, a brass key with the power to control past memories of anyone it was used against. The trip home provided some much-needed relaxation for the crew, and upon arrival met with the council to decide the artifact's future. Reluctantly, the council agreed to allow Six, a four-armed woman from the plane of Mechanus, to return back home to their home realm with the key to bring it back to its supposed creator, Primus. The party also warned the council of the Crystal United mercenaries and their involvement in the recent gala, and the fact that they claimed one of the lost artifacts, the One of Chaos, for their own. After some discussion of what to do with their newly acquired funds, the group agreed to purchase a home for themselves within the city of Northcliff. And finally, Coil and Mournthal brought the body of Blade Goldwill, the Warforged bodyguard of Mr. Wick, over to Mobe's pawn shop, where the previously recovered arcane core from the killer farm robot was used to successfully revive Blade. And since there was kind of a mishmash of things happening towards the end of the last episode, I figure we'll kind of like roll stuff out as things resolve in time. So first, we'll do a little focus on house shopping.
Yes.
Excellent.
We're no longer murder hobos. We have been upgraded to murder residents.
Congratulations. You did it. It's a big upgrade for a D&D party, so I wanted to give it the proper attention. You all pulled together a bunch of resources to find a nice home within the city of Northcliff. There were a few things you were all like, it needed to have a garden, it had a big kitchen, some of the essentials and staples. And searching for a home and furnishing it and decorating takes a lot of time, especially for adventurers helping to help the world recover from lost dangerous artifacts. So word got around quickly in your small social circles that you found yourselves in. And after an uneventful afternoon of looking at properties, this is probably maybe like the the first day back or so, back in the city of Northcliff, you all are approached. I imagine you guys are all together in this moment right now. Maybe either at the Shattered Shield Inn, or just kind of like walking around town looking at different properties. You're approached by a familiar tiefling woman. She's wearing a tight-fitting purple coat, soft furs forming the collar, long gray hair flowing down her back. Some of it's wrapped around her horns in an elegant pattern. You know this to be Delilah's Wintersbane. She's a member of the council, and she is joined by another figure, a tall woman, pale, almost white skin, long black hair that covers part of her face. 2 red horns decorated in jewelry are pronounced on her forehead, and large, almost bat-like wings are across her chest, as if she was like, kind of wearing a cloak. And just because I had some brain worms, we have a picture of this character.
Yes.
And
Sorry,
Delilah speaks up before you guys. Well, it's high time we finally met in a more casual setting, Flower Crowns. Delilah Wintersbanes of the Council of Ilithia, and this here is my friend Melitha. And the woman gives a small little curtsy before you. Now, a little birdie told me all you are looking to acquire some property in this fine city, and it just so happens I know one of the best realtors in all of the city. I thought I could at least introduce you. You'll find she has quite a knack for finding the perfect place for you, and her staff can get you fully furnished, just like you'd like it in record time. I've used her in the past, so I can speak for her reputation. Something I think adventurers like yourself might appreciate, getting back to business and not spending, the rest of your evenings looking for houses. So, without further ado, Melitha, they are yours. And Delilah gives you like a little bow, and then kind of steps back. And Melitha steps up, says, "Greetings, Flower Crowns. I simply have one question for all of you. If you'd like my services, that is. We can find you a suitable property and have you all moved in within the next day. The simple question I have for you all is, what do you want in a home?" And she kind of like walks between the lot of you as she says this, and you can see there's like a little bit of like a pink flare to her eyes. And I imagine just when someone asks you a question, you inadvertently think of an answer without having to like agree to it or anything. And she kind of just takes a moment to approach. Just for fun, does anyone in the Flower Crowns have maybe inappropriate thoughts with Melitha?
Oh yes, absolutely. I'll say it. Faylee thinks she's pretty hot.
Okay. You notice like when she approaches you, Faylee, she kind of stops and lingers, and there's like this wide smile on her face, and she says, "Oh, we can make some of that happen, I'm sure." And Faylee just continues to walk around the rest of the group. And after like maybe like 15, 20 or so seconds of kind of just walking around, and it's a little like awkward at first before you realize like, oh, she's doing something. She kind of returns to the side of Delilah and she goes, "Good, this is good. I think many of you actually want the same thing in the comfort of your home. Maybe this is why you've all stayed together in each other's company. Maybe. That want and need for the same thing, it can be magnetizing. There is a small estate on the east side of the entertainment district. It's along the Croyfair River, nestled between the city walls and a small patch of natural forest. As for the interior, well, I think I can have that ready for you within, let's say tomorrow evening at the earliest. I can come find you here at the Shattered Shield Inn, if you all would be ready to move in at that time. If not, you can at least see the property and then maybe make plans for the next few days." If that
Thank
sounds
you.
good.
Thanks, I think.
Of course, it's my pleasure. And she smiles like there's a pun there, but you're not really sure if there is or not.
She is great.
And Delilah speaks up. She goes, also, don't worry about her fees. Think of this as just a little extra thank you from the council side for the hard work you've done.
As we deserve.
Mm.
Thank you.
So, you guys maybe chat a little bit, and Delilah and Melissa take their leave. But that is the kind of like the after a few hours of house searching, you're kind of met with the two of them, so you're allowed to carry about your normal the rest of your evening, and we can kind of like jump back into where we were in time. I think first things we'll focus on. Also, I don't think I ever shared this with chat. We'll cut over to maybe a few hours from now with Coil and Morenthal over at Mobe's pawn shop, where Blade has just been successfully revived after using the arcane core from the killer robot. And he sits up and he just basically turns to you, Coil, in that moment, and he just says, where am I?
Well, you're in Northcliffe. I revived you.
He looks around the room for a bit. Kind of takes note of Morenthal. Mobe is kind of like standing over him with, kind of like, what are I'm drawing a blank, like a, shit. What is the name of the like mask you put on when you're welding? The welder's mask, I guess. That was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah, well, this was.
I'm just like, is that the name for it? He's kind of got one of those that's like tilted up, and his face is all covered in like grease and whatnot. That he usually is the case, but he's kind of like actually in the moment of working. And he kind of looks around. You revived me. You also said before, he has a moment where he perks up and he goes, I'm assuming Mr. Wick is still, not with us?
He does a little shake of his head, and I am apparently having voice mod issues, so I might have to do a quick little restart.
Oh no! Yeah, you can totally do that now if you want to see if we
I
can
will
fix
do.
it.
Yeah, I will be right back.
And stop making them hot. It's hard to focus.
Sorry,
Yeah.
that's all I know. That's
That's all I got.
But also,
Oh, also, I didn't show this to chat either. This is Pocket.
She's so
Oh,
cute. I
yeah.
love Poppy so much.
So cute. Little
A little
muddy.
Pocket.
I want to give her a tiny knife and tell her to go have fun.
Yeah, she would love it. I feel like she's the kind of fairy to like come back like 30 minutes later and she's just covered in blood and she's like, I had a great time.
And just, we gotta go. We gotta go.
Really, all she did was like skin a boar.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Is this
Another
working?
cat.
Hey.
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you. Sorry about that.
All good. He kind of scoots. Oh, like he's sitting on the counter he was revived on, and he kind of scoots off to his feet. He's a little shorter than you, but he's still, the same kind of construct body. Obviously, he's got a little more embellished golds and accents in his armor that maybe weren't of his own design, but over the years of being in a noble's grace, we'll say, led to this. And he kind of just looks around the room as he's kind of absentmindedly thinking and speaks up and he goes, you spoke to me during the fight that Mr. Wick was using something against me. And seeing as how you revived me and brought me here, I'm willing to at least hear you out.
He was using an artifact. Trying to remember the name of it. It is a key. And it is used to rewrite memories. If you want to ask my friend here to vouch for the veracity of that, you can. He used it on you and just about everybody in that party.
He kind of under his breath is like, that would explain things, I guess. But he turns to you, Morenthal, and he just says, friend, you said. This one's not your employer?
No.
No.
We're traveling companions. There are others, but they're busy at the moment.
I see. And this artifact that may have been used against me, is there a way to undo it?
There is, and I can't say I remember the finer details, but I do believe that the council was going to return and try and correct the damage done. I'm sure we can have them do the same to you.
Well, seeing as I can't really trust maybe my own memories, I'm willing to at least try. Although, if you're fucking with me, no, I will kill you both the moment I can. He kind of just looks coldly at the two of you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Understandable.
I will say, do you think it's Coil that doesn't remember exactly what the council said of a way to treat the effects, or is that also player side?
It is both, but my excuse is that he doesn't.
That is totally. Would you like to make a roll for, or I could just tell you, or if not, we can play it out that way.
I would love to do a roll for it, but it is very believable that he would also forget, considering I forgot.
Okay, we'll do a Arcana or History check. Just if you can kind of
Okay.
recall what the council was speaking of when it happened.
Oh yeah, we got a -1 in both of these.
I wish I
Go.
could help you, but Morenthal was not paying attention on purpose.
Huh?
Okay. You recall, they spoke of a spell that could be performed usually by like higher clerics,
Mhm.
called Greater Restoration. It's
That's
typically
what it was.
something that, like the more populated cities, if they have like a large church district or something like that, you could probably find services that do that.
Okay.
And you think with Northcliffe being the city it is, you could probably find that if you go to the church district.
Actually, I recall now how they intended to fix it. It is Greater Restoration. I imagine you can find someone in Northcliffe who can do that for you.
Well, I've never been to the city, so could you lead the way?
Want us to go with you?
Well, I have to hold you accountable, at least until I know.
I suppose that's fair. Before we go, I have one more thing that I wanted to ask. if I haven't already asked too much of you, not you, sorry.
He looks at Esteban.
Esteban's just kind of like looking like in awe at the two of you. Like these two warforged having a conversation is like, he's like a little kid in the moment. And he goes, well, yeah, what do you need?
You're free to tell me that this is not advised or feasible, but
He will pull out from his pack Bart
Mhm.
and set him on the table.
Man, fresh air. What's up? What's going on?
Coyle looks like he regrets pulling him out already. But,
Please
I
don't pull me
wanted-
back. Not yet.
I wanted to see if it was possible to make him mobile in some way so he can walk on his own or, just a little thing.
He walks over and like kind of like holds his hands out to like inspect Bart. If you allow him to kind of hold him for a minute.
yeah, he just kind of like gestures with his hands, like, "Go ahead."
He kind of just like disregards anything Bart's saying, like, and he's just fiddling with him, like prodding at his mouth and the jaw and looking in his eye socket. And he goes, "Oh yeah, I mean, I could make something for him, but I guess I don't really know how he'd control it. I'll start fiddling with something though. Maybe it's not too far from what I got for Cog."
Okay. I would be happy to pay for any such thing you make up.
Yeah, I mean, it might take me a bit because I'm not the quickest one like Mobe here. I can probably get Mobe's help, and Mobe just kind of nods. But yeah, I mean, it might take a bit, but we could definitely work on this, something like that. Yeah.
Do you want to keep him while you work on that?
I get it. How about you? And he turns the face so Bart's looking at him, and he goes, I mean, I'm just floating around, going wherever I take. It's not like I have my own legs or I can make any decisions myself, so sure. Well, okay, yeah, you can stay with us. And your name's Bart, you said? Bartholomew, let's get it straight, okay?
Good old Bart the Skull.
And he just kind of puts Bart on like a shelf nearby, and he goes, yeah, well, I'll get working on that. Also, if you need any help, he just kind of like points towards the north, and he goes, if you follow that lane, you should get across the crystal circle, and you'll see a whole bunch of churches and stuff there. If you need
Great.
any guidance.
Thank you. I suppose we'll see you in a little bit. I'll check in.
Excellent. Yeah, we'll be here.
He dips his head and he will start leading Blade out.
All right. Is Morenthal tagging along?
Yeah, he'll tag along.
All right. I mean, I need like I don't have crystal music. Oh, you know what I do have? I have some like old Neverwinter Nights music. Where is it?
Yes.
Ooh.
If I get, hey, there we go. That's church district. Good enough. You make your way to the north, to this small kind of section of the city that I probably can't imagine Coyle or Morenthal have really been to in their time. I think the only one really to dabble out here, maybe Gelnick's probably passed through in your tour of the city, but Hobson obviously came out here when he worked with Gregor on the Gauntlet.
Yeah.
But it's basically this large, kind of like circular-esque pattern where you can see there are these 9 churches. They're all kind of similar in design, but they have different stained glass depictions. And in the center of these 9 churches, there is a floating mass of green void crystal, kind of just slowly rotating above. You can obviously see a lot of people kind of coming and going, either just for prayer or in help of need of some sort, using some of the services of the church. Some of them are obviously more populated than others. Like, there's no one in Zybrus's The Laughing Mask. Like, there's no one in there. And in fact, when you look at it, like, the stained glass is like seemingly vandalized. Like, there's a mustache drawn on the face. No one seems quick to clean it or anything, and no one seems alarmed by it. It's just the way it is. But you find yourself there. I will say, Morenthal, one thing you do notice is there is a Church of the Night Mother nearby. There's a few people, but it's a very solemn kind of like the clergy there is very reserved. It's not as kind of like loud as some of the other ones, like especially like Aether the Breaker and Rudros. There's probably like a commotion coming from them, either just shouting of grunts or war cries. It's a lively space.
Yeah.
I imagine. Do you guys approach one of the churches specifically, or do you kind of like wait to be guided maybe by some of the surrounding clergy members?
Yeah, I think he will try to find someone who looks like they know what's going on and ask for guidance.
You find a elderly gnome kind of walking about. They're wearing like these long robes, they clearly of staff of one of the churches. And they kind of just approach you and go, "You look lost. Couldn't I provide some assistance, maybe?"
Yes, you probably can. We're looking for someone who might be able to cast greater restoration for us.
Ah, yes. Well, if you're in need, I do know for sure the Temple of Elfina would gladly be able to assist you. And he points to a church, and you can see there is the emblazoned like visage of the sun and this woman figure kind of in front of it on the stained glass. If you are in search of need or spells, that would probably be your first church to turn to.
Thank you very much.
You can see kind of like on the side of his like cloak, there also is a like symbol of the Dawn Maiden on his shoulder. And he turns and goes to help like the next person who's kind of just like wandering in the space. You walk in. It is it is, I guess, more of the stereotypical what you would expect walking into a fantasy D&D church. Probably this music's appropriate. Like, there is kind of like a sun ray coming down in the center of this church that seemingly is not coming around from either the other churches, or like the sun's not hitting at that angle. So how is it here? It's just the natural blessing of Elfina. You can see there's probably a few people here who are like actually injured, seeking like healing and treatment and stuff like that. There's obviously people praying and stuff. There's a large statue of a woman kind of with hands outstretched and long like flowing cloth around her. And before long, you are approached by a figure who would be recognizable to Hobson. It is a man in probably like his 50s, maybe 60s. He has dirty blonde hair that's in like a kind of like a messy braid that's at the base of his neck. Wearing a large tabard with the symbol of the Dawn Maiden on it. And the one thing of note is his one of his arms it looks like it's made of opal. And you can see kind of like fused within it is this wrapped golden medallion in the center of his palm. You can see like this medallion with the symbol of the Dawn Maiden emblazed on it, and he walks up to it and he goes, I was told you all need some treatment. Is that accurate?
Yes, we're looking for some greater restoration for my companion here.
He'll gesture to Blade.
Blade gives a little nod. He goes, of course. Join me in my quarters and I can prepare the ritual for you. And as he leads you, he goes, typically with larger incantations like this, they require a donation to the church. For greater restoration, the fees with the spell regents and stuff would be about 450 gold. And like before you even start to say anything, you can see like a chest plate kind of like folds down on Blade, and he reaches in and pulls out like a coin purse, and he just looks at you and goes, I worked for a noble. It's nothing.
Chump change.
And it takes a few minutes, but this kind of like ritual circle is set around this small table. And the man in front of you says, sorry, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Beckett Maxwell. I'm here, one of the higher ranked staff of the Temple of the Dawn Maiden. And do you know in regards to what exactly this greater restoration should be targeting? Is it a curse? Is it maybe some affliction, anything like that?
It is, well, an artifact was used to perform some memory alteration.
Ah, okay. That is something we can do. The more accurate I know of what to look for, the easier it is for this. Of course, if we didn't know, we could still do the procedure. It just helps. And he waves his hand, and a few of the little like candles alight as Blade kind of sits on the table, and he goes, you don't need to lay down or anything. It should just be a moment. And he places his hand on like the chest plate of Blade, and there is this warm glow, and it kind of fills the space. Like you actually feel like a little bit of warmth, Coil and Warrenthal, just in the presence of this. It's all like golden, your typical divine light you would expect to see. Very on brand for Ophina. And the light fades, and Beckett removes his hand, and he says, I believe that should be all. And there's kind of a moment where Blade's just sitting there, and he's just kind of nodding his head. He goes, oh. Well,
You did.
yeah, you're right.
He nods. He'll look to Morenthal.
Do you like to have the same thing performed? I know you had concerns.
When he looks back to look at Morenthal, he'll see that Morenthal's kind of standing there a little bit itchy because he's been thinking the same thing the whole time, and now feels a bit put in the spotlight that Coil realizes that he was thinking it too. Just like,
I would not begrudge you. I'll even pay off. Seems worth the
I
peace
need
of
to
mind.
know.
Yeah.
I need to know.
He nods.
Blade
We'll
pops
walk
off
up.
the little counter, and he fishes in his coin purse and he goes, well, here, and he sets down a few pieces of platinum. He has 200 gold, and he says, I get literal least I think I could do as thanks for bringing me back and at least opening my eyes. So if you guys have 250, Beckett will perform it as well.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'll put the money down.
And Coyle offered to split it, so he can also put like 150 down or something.
All right. We'll say 150 from Coil, 100 from Orenthal.
All right.
Okay. You hop up on the little kind of pedestal. You can see he kind of resets some of the spell regents out, regents, and kind of resets up the circle. Like the candles are still lit and everything like that. And he goes, okay, and I'm assuming same case for you, sir.
Yeah.
All right. You'll feel a small, warm pulse. And he places his hand on your shoulder. And in similar fashion, there's that warm glow. It's a comforting feeling. It's like you just had like a hot meal kind of thing. That kind of like spreads through your body. And it's a very like at peace feeling that kind of washes over you in that moment. And you can sense the light fade, but it kind of leaves you with a lingering like comfort once it's left. And after it passes through you, your memories are as you recall them.
So nothing changes,
Nothing changes.
basically.
Yeah.
In that moment, he'll just sort of look down at the ground and look over at Coil, and Coil will see that he has like the startings of a few tears in his eyes, and he just
Oh.
gets up and just, let's just get out of here.
All right.
Becca just gives you
Hey.
all a nod and guides you to the exit of the private chambers, and he goes, "May the light of Ophina guide you." And the three of you exit the church.
He will look over to Blade.
Well, you're a free man now, although admittedly jobless.
Yeah, there is that.
Sorry about that.
No, the person I worked for before was no better than Mr. Wick. I guess she didn't fuck with my mind, but I was just property.
There's very little water. Yeah. Well, we are staying at the Shattered Shield Inn. You're welcome to join us, or if you choose to go your own way, you can find us there, at least for now.
I appreciate it. I'll probably at least find some quarters for the next few days before I figure out what to do. Maybe some trade caravan or something needs some protection. And he kind of starts walking off like in the direction of where you all are going. There's like a little, he doesn't seem as like, there's a little pep in his step. He's not like happy or anything, but there's a little of like, that's behind me, I guess, kind of that he's trying to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
But the three of you kind of make your way back over towards the eastern quarter. At this point, it's probably like a little later in the day, like maybe late afternoon, not evening quite. Once you kind of get back, you can see he goes over and approaches Ardwil and or not Ardwil, Arjun, and gets a room in the Shattered Shield Inn. Before I jump over to the next thing, do you guys, the two of you, want to do anything in this moment.
I think Coil might gently set up a hand on Morenthal's shoulder and just kind of, look at him and make sure that he's okay.
He'll just keep looking forward and put his hand on top of Coil's and just sort of softly just say, like, I'm sorry.
Apologies aren't necessary.
I should have trusted you.
You didn't know that at the time.
Mm.
It's a scary thing.
Yeah. It is.
I'm glad that thing is not on this plane anymore.
Same. I don't want to see it ever again. So cruel.
Really is.
Oh well. We got a job to do.
Yeah. I suppose so. Let's go find the others.
Yeah. A nice little moment between the two of you as you walk back. In that time, Faley,
That's me.
that's you. You are coming into the Shatter Shield Inn at some point. Maybe you went out for food or shopping or something like that. And as you walk into the inn, you can see a drow woman who's vaguely familiar, speaking with Arjun. And as soon as you walk in, he smiles and he goes, "Yeah, that's her right there."
Oh,
And he points to you. And you can see this woman turns to face you, and you realize where you recognize her from. This was the person who was searching after the lost mage from Westmount, the bounty hunter. She has, like, one arm is totally in this, like, heavy kind of plate mail. She has a eye patch on, kind of short ponytail of white hair. And Arjun just looks, like, happy to, like, unite the two of you. Like, he's like, yeah. And she approaches you.
so wait, this is when I just walked in the door.
Yeah.
Can I turn around and walk out of the door? I'm aware
Yes.
she'll probably follow me, but that is what Faley would like to do.
Yes, she does follow you. She goes, excuse me, miss.
Yes?
Hi. The name is Naomi. I have been searching for a lost mage who fled to the Academy of Westmount. And I was informed by Mr. Arjun that you had maybe come across a stowaway in his residence and cleared it out for him. Listen, I understand if you want to protect this individual or anything like that, but I want you to know this person's very dangerous. And if you happen to have maybe any belongings or any possession you maybe found while checking out the basement of Mr. Arjun's inn, that would really help me out on my case here.
Question, do I have the book or does Trilby?
Trilby has the book.
Okay. I personally don't have anything of it. What has he done? What is the issue?
Well, okay, so Westmount is like it's a school for mages. It's a little bit on the strict side, but they have certain magics they don't allow to be taught there for, I believe, the right purpose. I don't know. I'm not quite experienced in those fields myself, but he was studying a forbidden magic, and caused injury to several other students before fleeing the academy. It's believed to be quite dangerous leaving him in the state he's in, at least with the abilities that he's researched.
I don't have anything of his, but if I find anything, I can let you know.
That would really help me out.
Are you staying around town?
I've been staying in the old town, but I can move over to the Shattered Shield Inn if that makes things easier. Also, he said he mopped downstairs, and that kind of destroyed any traces of anything I could have found. So really looking for anything, if you do have a lead, that would really, really help me out.
Faylee tries to remember what she saw, but fails, because it was a while ago and so much has happened since then. I wasn't the only one to investigate that area. I can talk with my traveling companion and see if he's remembered anything or if he has anything. And then I can let you know.
Could we maybe speak with him together?
She does remember, by the way, that he has the book, but she's not.
Yeah.
He's. We can, but I'd like to speak to him first. He's kind of a little skittish, you know. He doesn't really know how to talk to people. I fear that if I bring a stranger to him, he might just shut up completely and just not talk. He tends to do that when new people are around, and then we'll get nothing from him. So it would be good to give him kind of a little bit of a heads up.
I totally understand. I'll get a room at the Shattered Shield Inn, and I'll let Arjun know where I am if you need to reach me. That would be great. I haven't had a lot of lead on this, but I do know he's at least within the city currently.
Yeah,
And,
I'd be more than happy to talk with my companion. Give him a heads up. Are you going to be at the inn tonight, or I'm not sure?
Yeah,
what
I'll
he's
be
up to
there
tonight.
tonight.
Okay. I can go speak to him when we're done and kind of give him a heads up, and hopefully he doesn't freeze up and he has some more information for you.
Thank you. I very, very much appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
And she kind of gives you a little nod and turns to start walking away. Give me a perception check.
Sure. Sure. Sorry, I still have that issue sometimes with the Roll20.
All good.
It's great. It's real good. Okay. A 27.
Okay, yeah, you
Damn.
definitely hear you notice as she starts walking away, you hear just like a kind of voice, almost like muffled, but there's like a tinny property to it, like a hollowness as it speaks. And it goes, "She's lying to you. She knows something. She's not telling you." And she's like, "What do you want me to do about it? Like, they're just a random citizen. I can't do anything about it. I have to wait for them to let me." "You're letting it go. It's a mistake." And like she just keeps walking away.
Okay.
But yeah, other than that, you do see like she gets a room at the Shattered Shield Inn and probably just goes and gets like a pint because it's getting close to like evening at this point. And do you want to do anything in this moment, or do you want to just proceed forward?
Well, if she's drinking, can I go back into the inn and walk up to her?
Yeah. Yeah, she just
Hey.
gets like a little table and starts to relax.
Yeah. Faylee sits down at her table. I know I said I'd go talk to him, but what time is it right now?
We'll say it's like 3.
He's almost definitely asleep at the moment. He usually wakes up around 5-ish for a little. Is it okay if I just sit here and drink with you? Maybe you can tell me a little bit more about this mage, because we didn't really learn too much about him, but if he's a danger, it's definitely something our party should be kind of familiar with.
Of course. Yeah. You do notice as she's sitting here relaxed, the chair next to her has her greatsword in it. Like, it's propped up, like sitting in the chair.
Oh my god, her sword talks. All right. Phelan orders a drink for herself, but also orders a second round, and just like for both of them, and sits the two kind of closer to her.
Okay. She kind of like rolls out this little piece of parchment, and there you can see there is a basically a little drawing of this this golden dragonborn who he's kind of like skinny and like he almost looks like a kobold kind of with like how thin and gangly he is. The name is Finch Ironbellow, and it's wanted for suspect of using blood magics without a permit, basically. And she says, yeah, so this is the guy Finch. He fled to the north. He's caused kind of a bit of destruction. Went through Duskern. Luckily didn't get ash and rot from all that, but I mean, he's been hiding out. Anyone who has come in contact with him has basically, met his wrath. And the Academy wants him back because blood magic, it's not legal. Very few blood mages have actually gotten like the correct permits and paperwork to work outside of Westmount.
Huh. I wonder why he's just holed up in the basement. We didn't.
Well, I
see
mean,
him.
he's young, and he probably spent most of his life in like a mage academy, so he probably doesn't know much of how the world works. Would be my bet.
Is he even aware of what he's done? Is he just scared?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's some level of like some of the magics he's been doing require sacrifices, that kind of thing. So I think he's aware.
Ah. Yeah, I guess he would have to be, huh?
Yeah. I mean, he could just be thinking he's doing something good, maybe. I know typically a lot of it is like some of the darker powers lurking in the world kind of reach out. Maybe he's been in contact with something like that, and that's why he's doing what he's doing. I don't really know. I'm just trying to do my job.
Do we know of any specific possessions he'd have that we could maybe look for? We know he was in the basement. We did a pretty thorough search, but is there anything specific that he'd have?
Well, most of the stuff that I kind of gathered from the academy that could maybe tie me to him, he's probably dropped. I would imagine he's at least that smart to get rid of it. The thing he only probably wouldn't get rid of is a spellbook, is my best bet.
I'm surprised that he wouldn't get rid of that, considering.
Well, I mean, even if he transposed it, it's got magics lingering within it. And with the little I know about blood magic is it's a very precise and finicky thing. So I imagine he probably doesn't have the skill to recopy it down. I don't know much about writing arcane glyphs myself, but I know it's a little touchy.
Yeah, that would be a great find. I'd love to get a look at that myself if we happen to come across it.
Maybe don't look at it too much, but yeah.
It's always nice to learn more about what you're looking for. Maybe it could kind of give us a hint as to where he's at.
I mean, that you know what? That's a good point. You notice every now and then she's just talking, like she'll just glance over at the sword, not like, hey, talk about this, or like for input or anything, just kind of like as a second, like a involuntary kind of like response.
Faylee notices this and pulls out her bag and pulls out Pocket.
Oh.
It's like,
I was napping.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Here. And she just kind of like shows her to the person, and just kind of because there's no real reason for this. I'm gonna be honest with you. She like, look at this neat thing I have, because she noticed her looking down at the table, and she was just like, well, I got a friend too. Anyways, she shows her pocket.
And Pocket's just like, whoa, who's this lady? She's cool. Oh, hi, my name's Pocket. And she's standing on the table and like puts her hand out, and Naomi kind of like shakes her tiny little hand. She goes, pleasure to meet you. My name's Naomi. He goes, is this another friend? Are you joining the Flower Crowns?
She's not joining us, but she's looking for someone that we should keep an eye out for. We're just trying to get as much information as we can.
What do they look like? I'm gonna look around.
He's a mage,
Oh,
but he's a very dangerous mage.
dangerous mage. There he is. And she just points to like this old drunken dwarf in the corner of the room.
Oh my gosh, Pocket! Thank
He's
you.
in disguise.
Fayley takes one of the 2 beers that are sitting on the table and takes it over to the mage and hands it to him. And she just, I'm so sorry. Please just play along with anything. I'm so sorry.
Shoots.
Yeah, no problem. Have a great night, sir. You did it. Thank you so much. And she like kind of looks in her bag and kind of fluffed up the little like cloth that she had in there for Pocket and was like, you can go back to sleep.
Ah, thank you. I got a whole like 40 winks in.
Yeah, thank you for all your help, Pocket.
All right, if you need me, you know where to find me. She just
sure
curls
do.
back up.
I love her so much. Yeah, so Fayley's clearly trying to stall and not doing a great job at it, and is doing her best not to look at the time because she doesn't want it to hit 5 and be like, oh shit, well, Trilby's up from his fake nap.
Can I do a roll for how hungry I am?
Absolutely. Yeah, give me a Trilby hunger roll.
I'm gonna do a hunger roll.
Oh my God.
More than 10, I'm waking up.
Oh,
Oh
shit.
man,
Oh no.
I'm
Here
hungry.
comes Trilby down the stairs.
Doom, doom.
Arjun!
Oh, hey, Fava Bean. Haley just like stands up real quick and walks over to him. Hey, Fava, how are you feeling better? Aren't you sick? How are you doing?
Trilby's just staring like a am I still asleep kind of.
Haley turns to Naomi. I will be right back. I'm so sorry. Fava had, oh my gosh, we ran into some plants last week and he just ate the wrong ones and he really shouldn't be down here. One moment. Fava, come on, let's get you back to bed.
Wait. Trilby kind of tries to fight back and leans over her shoulder. Arjun, I'll be back for the hash browns. Keep them hot.
You got it, bud.
Ow, ow.
Give me a
Bailey,
deception, Bailey, just for fun.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
So are we starting to walk up the stairs?
Yeah, you start walking up the stairs.
Perfect. Trilby, I need you to listen to me.
What's going on? Yeah, what's up?
First of all, your name is Fava Bean. Second of all,
It is?
Yes, that lady wants the book that you found.
What lady?
She was at the table. You didn't see her.
Oh.
Her name is Naomi. She wants the book from the mage that we found, and wants any information.
Well, technically, we didn't find the mage. We only found his book and all the blood.
I know, and all the blood. I know. I don't think it's good to give her the information. I don't know why exactly. I just don't think it's a great idea. So she wants to talk to you, but here's what I need you to do.
Mhm.
Shit. Fayley pauses, realizing she just fucked up the whole plan. You know what? Fuck. Who else is here? Is anyone else at the inn right now?
So can I get my hash browns or?
Not yet. Just work with me here.
I would
there
say
anyone in the room?
Hobson or Gelnick. Do you guys think you're in the bar?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
is Hobson in his room?
Yeah,
Or
I
in the-
imagine
in
you
the
guys
room
know
there.
where all the rooms are. So
Sure. Yeah.
So Fayley takes Trilby by the hand and knocks on the door for Hobson's room.
Yeah, he cops and after a couple seconds, like opens the door. It's like, oh, hi.
Hey,
going on?
So remember the blood? Remember the mage, the blood mage? We have his book. It's fine. You know what? It's fine.
Okay.
What I need from you is congratulations. Your new name is Trilby. B, when we go downstairs to talk to this lady, please just freeze up. Can you do that? Can you just freeze up? Like, don't say anything. Just act scared, stunned, and maybe sleepy, like you've been asleep.
The funny thing is he looks like all those things right now, but he also is glancing like over while he's listening to Phelia over at Trilby and like making eye contact. Like, is this okay? Like, what's
Trilby
going
is
on?
giving Hobson what is probably a very familiar look of I don't know what's going on. I'm just nodding.
It's and Hobson understands. It's like yes. Okay, go down.
So she's probably
I'm
gonna
Trilby.
ask you. Yeah.
Okay.
If you have anything from the mage that we found, by the way, we found you know everything. The answer is no. We didn't find anything. We don't know anything. But if we can get more information from her, that would be great. But you don't say anything. Just pretend like you've yes, you'll be fine. Just don't say a word. I warned her that this happens with Trilby, that he doesn't like strangers. So we should be here. Come on. And she's-
I'm
walking
Fava
down.
Bean.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And he's Fava Bean.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to
Yeah.
meet you, Trilby.
He's been poisoned. Very tragic.
What?
Sleeping it off. Yeah. No, it's
Oh.
fine. You'll be fine. You're just resting. Anyways, Trilby, do you want to come
Yes?
downstairs with me? No.
Wow, you really made this hard on yourself.
Yeah. All right. I'm
Okay.
here.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. She kind of takes his hand like she would if it was Trilby and just walks down the stairs with him.
Hobson's rolling with it, trying.
Gets down the stairs and walks over to the table with Naomi. Hey, Trilby's up from sleeping. I let him know, a little bit about the situation, and we can see if he's able to talk to you. Trilby, do you remember anything from the basement?
Hobson's doing his very best to look just sort of deer in headlights, which is not hard, and and just sort of look very uncomfortable. It's like I
Naomi,
don't
I'm
remember finding
so
anything.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I knew he'd get he's really just anyone that isn't in the party is really. But I did take a peek through his stuff upstairs. I didn't see a book. The others are out right now. I can always check with them, but I don't think we actually found anything from the mage.
Well, that is unfortunate. But hey, if either of the two of you, Trilby, was it?
Yes.
And sorry, I didn't catch your name. She's gesturing to Trilby.
No, well, like me?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought at this point Trilby's off in the background grabbing.
Oh, I thought you came down. Okay, so then you're
Well,
not.
no.
Oh.
He's grabbing hash browns from Arjun and coming over to the table. Though.
Okay, yeah.
So he's gonna walk over to the big old tray of hash browns and sit him down and sit down.
Oh, and this was.
His cheeks are already full of hash browns. He just kind of leans over, real slick. Fava Bean.
Fava Bean. If the two of you do happen to know anything, please let me know. It's very dangerous. I imagine he's probably in a state of recovering right now, but if he does stay on the loose longer, he might, kill anyone he comes across and use them to further his rituals, maybe summon in something. I'm not quite sure. Blood magic is very dangerous, and we want to make sure we can find him as soon as possible and return him to the academy.
Hey, cool sword.
Oh, thank you. And you can see, as you say that, there's a bright blue and green glow coming from within. It's still in the sheath, and it's kind of like a mismatched sheath because the sword's a little bit large in its size. It kind of glows a little bit bright, and she just leans over and goes, "Okay, he was just complimenting. You don't have to let it go to your head." Yeah, this is my sword. His name's Pierce.
Bailey audibly laughs. Bailey laughs out loud in this woman's face.
Oh my god.
Dan.
She says, if you want, I could introduce you.
I
I would love that.
would love to be
Actually, yeah, thanks.
She unsheaths the sword, and it's this massive. It's the Dark Moon Greatsword from to Dark Souls. It's this
Oh my
large
God.
greatsword with a like green and blue kind of like almost glass glow to it, and it is giving off like a little bit of light. And she holds it out, and then she lets go of her hand, and it clatters to the floor, and just and she goes, "Did you have to do that?" And the sword just kind of rights itself up and floats in the air, and it goes, "I just wanted to fuck with you. Hi, everyone. My name's Pierce. Pleasure to meet you."
Nice to meet you, Pierce. My name's Fava Bean.
I mean, Fava, that's a good one. Fava Bean. Is that what people are like called these days?
That's what me people's called.
Naomi just shrugs.
You want some hash browns?
Can't eat. But boy,
More for me.
I could go for them though. Like I remember back in my day, some good old hash browns. Whew. Tell you what.
Arjun makes the best hash browns this side of Northcliffe.
Anyways, like maybe I should have some hash browns. Actually,
It's just taking all of Hobson's willpower to not break cover and just ask the sword all these questions. So
Yeah.
many questions.
Yeah. Other than like lying to this poor innocent bounty hunter, she doesn't seem to have anything, and assumes like it seems that your deception has taken hold. She did not catch on to the fava bean lie.
Perfect.
Trilby's an amazing actor.
Oh yeah.
He's been learning from the best, from his party members. How to lie.
And then like as you guys are having small talk, like Pierce at one point goes, "Yeah, you know, I was once just a brave and noble warrior, much like yourselves. You know, I served under Feos. I took battle across the realm, went through the
Bailey
hells."
interrupts him like as he's talking, and she's had a little to drink. Was your name Pierce before you were, you know?
Yeah, my name was Pierce Ironheart, which is ironic.
So is this like destiny or?
Apparently. You want to know the best thing is I didn't even use the sword when I was alive. I used the
No.
mace.
Wow. Well, like I
Normative
mean,
determinism taken to an extreme.
very very interesting. Do you like, you know? Do you like?
Do you like being a sword? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really have an option. I was kind of cursed into this, but it's pretty nice. You know, I get to get used every now and then when I'm not,
Oh yeah.
you know,
being used is
sitting
nice
in the
sometimes.
scabbard.
What's it like to be in this scabbard? Out of
It's
curiosity?
awful. It's like you know when you're wearing like too big of a turtleneck and it kind of like
I
it's like
don't know.
slowly being choked all day. That's what it feels like.
Oh, that's not so bad. She kind of like takes the second one that she was waiting and saving for the other person and starts sipping on that.
Okay.
Huh? So sword, nice. All right. I've never been a sword personally. Seems nice.
Yeah, well, next time you want to get cursed and become a sword, I big recommend.
Really?
No, don't. You kidding me? I want
Aw.
free will and I want to eat hash browns.
Wait, can you not have? What if we put the hash browns on? Would it nothing?
I mean, you would get the blade dirty, and I wouldn't appreciate that.
Don't touch my hash browns.
No, all right. No fun.
Can-
Pierce.
Can Gelnick walk in and notice that Phaley's talking to a sword?
Yes, absolutely.
Please do.
keep building on this scene.
How do you do? How do you do, tribe? It's great breakers, boxers. Is that a talking sword?
Yeah, his name is Pierce.
Ah, like human names.
Well, I was a human back in the day. Now I'm a sword.
Whoa, tell Gelnick all of this story in excruciatingly long detail.
Okay, well, let me tell you about it. And he goes on of how under the banner of Theos, he went into the hells and was cursed by a pit fiend named Zotabul, the Promised Nightmare, and then he was vanquished at one point when Zotabul came to the Prime Plane and left his equipment behind after he was slain, and a few years later found himself in the possession of Naomi. And so as far as he knows, Zotabul can't get back to reclaim him. So here he's been, and that's kind of the that's the ramblings you get from this sword.
Gelnick just scratching his chin.
A great ballad must be written in your name, Mr. Pierce.
I would love nothing more than that.
Gelnick will begin immediately. First, a bass line, and then percussion, and then...
He just starts muttering to himself.
Oh no, not ballad. War hymn. Yes, war hymn. Much better.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Like that.
Or-
I think at this point too, what a tonal clash. Coil and Morinthal, you walk in.
They could use the levity.
Yeah. You walk in, you see most, like all your companions sitting around this drow woman and the sword that is just kind of hovering like 2 feet off the ground. And it still like kind of turns to face whoever it's speaking to, but it just kind of floats in place.
Oh boy.
What's going on?
This
Not
is a
saying.
sword. This is a sword named Pierce. His name is Pierce.
Greetings, everyone. I've been introduced to your friends here. I was just telling them, I don't know if you've ever come across a blood mage in the city, and she holds up the flyer of Finch, the lanky golden dragonborn. If you have, please let me know. In the meantime, I'm just kind of relaxing here. Your friend Faley told me that there might be some information. If I were to stay here, I could at least be reached by you all.
Yeah, didn't you and Trilby go in the basement or something and see something?
Haley
like that?
grabs Hobson and looks at.
And he too loudly says, "Yes, we did."
Yeah,
Like with like
yeah.
very
Trilby and
solid eye
I-
contact.
Trilby and I did.
What-
She looks down at Hobson. Trilby, we just didn't find anything, did we?
Hobson's just like, no, we did not, with like 2 like eye darts over to the other person just to try to signal like it's like, get it, we're lying.
Faley looks at Trilby. Hey, Fava Bean,
Yeah,
are you good?
that's me.
Do you need anything else? Are you doing good right now?
Oh, Fava's got the beans.
Perfect. I'm so glad. How are you feeling after the poison, buddy?
Feeling a lot better. Thank you.
I'm so glad. You're so welcome. Yeah.
Thank
so,
you.
As you can see, Morinthal, unfortunately, we don't have anything of the mage. But we did, Naomi's been very nice. And her sword, Pierce, says he constantly feels like he's being choked, which I think is great. How are you doing tonight?
Coil's head has been tilting like from side to side. He does not
almost upside down.
understand. Yeah.
I'm just gonna turn, not do any major movements, just his whole body just turns slightly to face Naomi and just goes, I guess I was wrong. Sorry.
Faley, you
Oh.
know this isn't Trilby, right?
What do you? What do you mean? This is
This is
Trilby.
Hobson.
Hobson's upstairs, Coil. Do you wanna go check on him?
I think Coil has also been poisoned. I'll go get him to bed.
No! Coil, did you drink
I
the
can't be poisoned.
Coil's so badly poisoned, he
I'm
forgot
so
that he can be
glad
poisoned.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
I'm Trilby.
Coil, do you have a sword?
Oh my god, the music.
You know I do.
Can it talk?
What has happened?
She has a talking sword, Coil.
I've seen one before.
Probably, Fava Bean's gonna get up and walk over to Coil. Coil, let me help you to bed, for the poison bed. Follow me.
At this
Your
point,
old pal,
Naomi stands
Fava
up.
Bean.
Coil is just like rigid, like he's a brick wall. Like
While this has been going on, because Gelnick is also not in on this, he's like counting on his fingers and then pointing back and forth between Trilby and Hobson. Wait, but you, and then he.
And Naomi just goes, "Okay, I don't know what the hell's going on. You could have easily just said you didn't know anything. I don't know why. I'm assuming there's some lying happening here." And she just kind of points to Trilby and Hobson, goes, "Okay, I'm betting one of you isn't Trilby."
I'm not Trilby.
I did roll a deception check again, by the way. I rolled a nat 20.
You did roll a nat 20. I'm gonna ask you to roll again with disadvantage because your party member has failed on the understanding. Okay.
I'm very
It's
sorry.
Ted. No, you're good. And she just goes, "Listen, I don't. If you're harboring this fugitive,
We absolutely are not harboring this fugitive.
I want to believe you, but you've been very suspicious.
I'm so sorry. You have a talking sword.
I sure do.
You did
Or-
not tell me about this. Why were you keeping that a secret?
He's my partner.
Like sexually?
No, like we're,
I think Phalia has also been poisoned. Oh no.
Oh my god, no. No wonder.
she
he's,
goes, no,
like,
no, there's
okay.
nothing sexual between the two of us. He's just he's my work partner. Where he bounty hunts with me. He fights with
yeah,
me.
I've had those too. That's
Yeah.
just great.
Okay, listen. Here's what I'll do. Just please, whatever is going on, you clearly know something about this blood mage.
I don't.
If
I
something
don't, I do
happens to
not.
someone before I find them, know that like their blood is now on your hands if you're keeping this information quiet. Like
Yeah, no, of course, their blood, like the blood mage, is on our hands, like the
yeah,
mage
they're
hands,
a
I guess,
very
too.
dangerous person.
Yeah.
That guy you
yeah,
saw,
yeah.
he's a blood mage?
Apparently he's a blood mage. She finishes the drink that she was working on.
We've had some strange memory alteration things going on recently, so perhaps there have been some side effects. To my knowledge, we do not know anything about this blood mage.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know why Trilby and Hobson are lying right now, to be honest.
Hobson's
Don't.
upstairs.
Don't.
I'm Fava Bean.
Well, if you do know anything, just please let me know. And I enjoy the rest of your night. And she sheaths Pierce and says, I'm just gonna go to my room.
Yeah, he doesn't like you when you do that. He says it feels like he's being choked.
Yeah, well, he's a sword. And she walks away.
Yeah, but he's your partner. And she just kind of stands there and just watches as they walk away.
And now the six of you are standing in a bar. Alone. Well, not alone. There's still a lot of patrons and stuff drinking. And it's evening at this point.
How's the old dwarf in the corner doing?
He's like if anything, he had one drink too many now, and yeah, he's just face down on the table.
Faley killed him.
He's dead.
Do you want to explain yourself, Bailey?
Is she gone? Gone? Is she gone?
I'm pretty sure.
Is her is her sword partner gone?
Looks like it.
What has happened to you, Phelan?
She has a sword partner. So this is what's happening. She wants, you know, that book we found, the Blood Mage's book.
Yes.
She wants that real badly. But I don't think we should give it to her. Probably.
Why?
I wish I could tell you. I don't know. I'm actually not sure. They have really good drinks here. Did you know that?
Where's the book?
Fava Beans got it, I think.
It's in my stuff.
Why?
Yeah.
Why, Father Bean?
Why Morenthal? Why anything?
Don't you get
This is
started.
Trilby.
Who could possibly say? All I know is that we definitely need to be careful who gets this journal. So I don't know if we can. Blood runes. I don't know. Scary.
Yeah, there's some pretty extensive blood magic in there, which is not great. It's not great.
And if we
So
don't
you
know if we can trust Naomi, it seems prudent to just keep an eye out for what's his name, Finch. The blood mage.
Keep an eye out for the blood mage that you didn't see.
We didn't.
We did see him. That's why we went down to the basement.
Oh.
And then you didn't see him.
But we didn't
Yeah.
really see him. We saw like his,
We got like a vibe.
we didn't get a good look at him. Maybe he's part sword. I didn't know that could happen.
I think he was all sword.
I thought he was a dragonborn.
Well, I thought we were talking about Pierce again.
Why would we be talking about the talking sword?
Right. So
I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yes.
Can you sleep off your poison?
Yeah.
Poison?
Yeah. Fava Bean was poisoned. It's really tragic. He's okay now.
I have my hash browns. I'm feeling better.
What?
Bailey goes upstairs to go to bed.
How many stairs do you stumble on?
Literally almost all of them.
You just hear like.
Bailey, in her attempt to get the other person drunk to get more information, failed miserably.
I'm my own worst enemy. Okay, Faley heads to the La La Land, and the rest of you are sitting there.
Meanwhile, the whole time, Gelnick has been talking to himself, just like,
Ah, yes, but oh no, a sea shanty would be much better. Oh no, wait, Arietta. That yes, with the solo voice to represent solo sword. No, that wouldn't work.
My God. Well, all I can say is if you trust this bounty hunter, I can give you the journal, Morenthal, and it's your choice. How do you feel about that?
Well, let me put this to you, Trilby. Think
Fava
about this
Bean.
for a second. Whatever. You're a blood mage. You've had your journal with blood runes in it stolen. What's the one thing you're going to want to do when you find someone with that journal?
Perform blood magic on them?
Correct! Do you want blood magic performed on you, Trilby?
Not especially, no.
Exactly.
Perhaps I should guard Trilby.
Well, am I in danger now?
That was the implication, wasn't it?
You didn't think you were before?
I guess I didn't think it through that hard.
I'm shocked. Father
Oh.
being...
Thank you. Well, I think either we give the journal to Naomi and Pierce, or we just keep it and hope we get lucky finding this blood mage before he finds me.
I understand wanting to know whether we can trust a person before we relinquish the book. I just don't know what Fulva Bean said to do with it.
So you don't
Do
know
really
what
think there's a reason.
Faley came up with a plan and I stuck with it.
I think
She's-
Bailey was drunk.
She
Yes.
wasn't drunk when she came up with the plan, as far as I know.
That's worse.
Ah. Well,
I'll guard
Well-
your room tonight.
okay. Thanks. Does anybody want to hold on to the journal for me?
If anything, maybe the person with no blood should be holding on to it.
Sure.
Coil? Okay. I'll go. We can grab it from my room.
Okay.
Let's go do that.
He'll
Yeah,
nod.
I'm gonna miss these hash browns when we move out of here.
We can always come back, right?
You can just go to an inn and get the food from the inn that you're not staying at? It feels weird to me, doesn't it?
Inns are multi-purpose.
Yeah.
I think the
Arjun, I'm
floor is
coming
just
back
a
here
pen.
every day.
Yeah, okay.
Let's go get that book.
You will follow him.
Yeah. Go upstairs. The book is still in your belongings.
Did Faley make it all the way into her room, or is she in the hallway?
I think like the door's closed, but she's not on the bed. I think she did not make it to the bed. like I just imagine like Bailey like maybe like an arm is on the bed.
Close enough.
Did our best.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Trilby was not exactly hiding the book, so he just grabs it out of his stuff and hands it over to Coil.
He will take it and he'll pop open his chest plate and stick the book in there
All right.
and then close it up.
Well guarded.
If you start feeling funny, you let us know, because I don't know what's in that book.
I will.
Okay. I'm gonna get some shut eye. I've been up for like an hour.
Yeah. mm,
How dreadful.
I know, right?
Then he'll go back out.
Okay. So this is your potentially last night staying in the Shattered Shield Inn as like you know, actual people renting rooms here and not just as potential guests for the hash browns. Is there anything you'd like to do here in the inn? I will say you do see like Blade has come in and he's probably just sitting at the bar. Obviously doesn't have a drink or anything like that. Just kind of you see him occasionally talking with Arjun, but not much else. You do eventually see Naomi again in a side table, a little more private. And other than that, it you don't really recognize any other figures in the bar.
I think at some point Hobson does go back down, try to just sort of like not actually like stealthing through the room, but tries to just be very much avoid the table with the lady at the store that he's just very confused about everything that was happening back there, just to try to get to Arjun and try to see if he can convince Arjun to share the hash brown recipe or something. Try to figure out how to.
Aw.
It was a classic. Let me go see if I can get some of the old recipes we got.
Yeah.
And he kind of comes back in a few minutes with like this bound journal of just like a bunch of like pages are all like not aligned properly and they're different colored pages, and he flips through it and stuff, and he goes, yeah, here's a few of our specials. I know your Trilby's a big fan of the hash browns, so here, you can either make a copy of it or I'll write down some stuff since it's a lull of a night right now. And he gives you the recipe.
Aw, thank you. Yeah, I honestly didn't know if he was going to be so open sharing it, but yeah, like Thompson's quite happy about that.
I think with you guys having stayed here, like probably like maybe I don't know, like how long, a month or two at this point.
Quite a while.
A while, yeah.
He's probably more willing to give out secret recipes or anything like that.
Yeah. Thanks so much for putting up with us.
Hey, listen, you guys covered 6 of my rooms with rent for a considerable amount of time, so thank you. Appreciate you.
You're very welcome. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, you'll have to come back and visit. You know, it's gonna be lonely here. And he's smiling as he's saying it.
I'm sure we'll be in here all the time.
Good. I need to hear about these exploits. You guys traveling all over the place. It's like the highlight of my week whenever you guys come in.
Well, we'll try to not bring the exploits actually inside.
That's good.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you. And then Hobson excuses himself and sort of tries to nonchalantly not be noticed, head back up to his room.
Yeah, she's well on the other opposite end of the bar, so you're easy enough to just slink away.
He is lost as to how in character he's supposed to still be trying to be for this deception. He has lost track and he's scared to drop the act.
That is the most Hobson thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, does anyone else have anything for the night?
No.
Don't think so.
All right. So. Oh, look, right as the music ended, that was perfect.
Wow.
It was beautiful. Let's do like a... You all awaken in your little inn rooms with some nice, well-deserved sleep. Faley, even though your face is a little mashed from the floor, good sleep, feel good. Today is the day that one of the events that was happening at the end of last session. We'll start that kind of process as the lot of you are kind of going about your breakfast ritual, and you all kind of come downstairs, and you are approached by Chasma. And I can't find my notes. Hang on. They're here somewhere. Wait, where is it though? Did I accidentally delete it? That would be very bad. There it is. Okay. So you're approached by Chasma. And once like the lot of you are all kind of together, she kind of speaks to you all, and starts leading you all to the towards the Spire's shadow. And basically the premise was she when the hunt for the artifacts began, the council put together a small committee to head the recovery of the lost artifacts. It consisted of myself, Adocus, Horus, and Lucian. Adocus helmed the recruitment and the reach out of adventuring parties and mercenaries to undertake the quest. I built the drones and made alterations to the spire in the city to expand the scanning potential of the city. Horus enchanted the drones and monitors designed to scry through it, and Lucian, who was our master of relics, he's an expert in the arcane, and while the others have focus in invention and enchanting, he was the one who studied all different schools and forms of magic. He was a natural prodigy in his youth, though he's quite aged at this point. He gained reputation through the arcane world quickly and became one of the leading minds on artifacts of ancient times, the gods, even otherworldly activities. He originally funded the committee's needs out of his own pocket, before the council even approved of our methods. He created the orbs that were given to the Crownsguard to detect the presence of strong magical energies that lingered in the space near these ancient artifacts. He keyed them in specifically with the knowledge of them being stored in the Vault of Eversteel. You remember, like, when you first came to Northcliff, and you were scanned down by guards with these little kind of baubles, and they shine different colors. One in particular shined on Phaley because of her presence to the Flower of Rebirth. It detected that. And that's basically one of the things that this Lucian person created. And as she's leading you to this estate, she's telling you all this, and she says, if there's anyone else who would know the artifact's supposed locations, it would be him. We don't really keep in much contact other than to drop off the recovered pieces. He himself has a large collection of relics of his own, and he's granted us permission to use his protection in the time until the Vaults of Eversteel are repaired and reinforced. I don't think he would work willingly with the Crystal Mercenaries in any regard, but if they did happen to maybe find results, or find artifacts and gave him results, he might have been more inclined to work with them. But I spoke with Adocus and Horus. Neither of them have been in contact other than Adocus knowing Ida's previous training. It doesn't seem like any of them spoke about artifacts to these mercenaries. So I'm assuming this is our best bet, and I figured it would be best to bring you all along to meet him in person and maybe explain also, like, the situation with these mercenaries that we're in right now. If that all sounds good with you. And she's kind of just looking at the group of you.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I like to meet him.
He's, just as a note, he's a very old elf, and he's got a bit of a stick up his ass, but he does mean well, and he's the whole reason this artifact research, or the artifact recovery committee is even really existing, is because of him wanting to get rid of these dangerous artifacts off the realm of Alithia. So here we are, and she kind of just turns around as she stops talking. It's this multiple story condo within the Spire Shadow, this little district that you've found yourself working in. It feels quaint compared to some of the larger buildings flanking its sides, but the building is beautifully designed and cared for. Slick blackened bricks and ornate trimmings throughout the exterior. Each floor is decorated with these massive bay windows with drapes of burgundy hanging on the inside. You know that, like, there's that, like, meme image of, like, the solid black house and the solid pink house right next to each other?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
This is like the solid black house, but think of like a more like Chicago like downtown kind of vibe to this estate. Like I'm drawing a blank on all my architectural understanding right now, but it's kind of just that, like, really nice bay windows, a kind of thin building, but immaculately cared for.
Nice.
And she rings this little doorbell, and you hear like a ding dong ding dong 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 dong, like a little jingle go off on the inside. And you are introduced to a figure. Whoa, that music kicked on suddenly. Hang on.
Oh, jeez.
You are introduced to a figure. This is Lucian. Lucian Yaldrin. He's a very tall elf. He's maybe like 6'2" range. He stands proudly, though he walks with a cane and a slight limp. His left arm is heavily bandaged up, and you rarely see him use it while talking and getting introduced to him. But when he does use it occasionally, it doesn't like lack any dexterity or strength compared to his other arm. It just seems like maybe it's not his favorite, or maybe long lingering injuries or something. His hair and goatee are finely trimmed and like immaculately cared for. And as kind of he opens the door, he says, I was expecting coming. And he steps to the side and gestures you all to follow him into this kind of just like a sitting room next to the foyer of the estate. The smell of incense and warm, roaring fireplace greets your senses. He sits on this lavish couch that's like burgundy color. It's probably all like velvet, I'm picturing, or maybe like suede. He gestures for you all to sit, and there's like there's enough seats for everyone here to comfortably sit down, and it's just like you kind of sink in, and they're very nice couches and chairs. As you are kind of sitting there, a ghostly servant, kind of just like no face, just a kind of like not a sphere, but like a blank canvas of a ghost kind of approaches with like a towel draped over one arm, and holding out a serving tray, and there's a bunch of cups of tea, and there's also like a big tea pitcher in the center for it. The ghost kind of sits these down and pours out individual glasses, and he takes one of them and starts sipping it and goes, well, I'm sure Kazma has informed you of who I am. I'm Lucian Yaldrin. Welcome to my estate. And I believe you all are the Flower Crowns. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. So what can I do for you this evening?
Thank you for hosting us in your home, Mr. Lucian.
Well, thank you for being so kind and welcoming, Trilby.
He knows my name.
I'm assuming you all here are about the incident with the Crystal United Mercenaries, or CUM, as they've been referred to as you all.
Yes,
we
a very
hate
unfortunate acronym.
It quite is. They whoever did the planning and design, I think, was pulling one over their head, and they are unfortunately the last ones in on the joke. So,
Not their concern, I presume.
quite. I can tell you this. Josh DeRosa approached me months ago, prior to the large undertaking of the committee. I believe the spire wasn't enchanted at that point, but the committee was at least formed, and we were aware of some of the location of the artifacts. This was before you all recovered the Defiler staff. I initially turned the group away, merely for Josh's demeanor and appearance. I wouldn't be bothered to work with someone like him. Weeks after, I was of course invited to lunch with his father, Thaddeus. No doubt, a result of Josh throwing a fit and having his father clean up the mess as usual. I agreed to indulge his son's request, gave him an approximate location of a few of the artifacts, nothing we knew exact for sure. I didn't want to give him that much of a head start, but the leads I did push his way were for the Wand of Chaos and the Gauntlet of the Eye. Unfortunately, no progress has been made with the Gauntlet of the Eye, and we all know that it is still lurking somewhere within the Desert of Thorns. If they do actually have the Wand of Chaos, I imagine either they're very lucky or they probably paid a lot of people to get the job done. I can't imagine it was easy, but I also can't imagine they did it themselves.
They are.
They are, unfortunately, quite capable, at least in combat.
That is unfortunate. At least at one on one silver lining of this situation, if you can call it that. They have saved us the trouble of finding the artifact itself. We just nearly need to take it from them. If that is
Oh, that
something
easy, huh?
you all would be capable of doing.
We will certainly try.
Well, it didn't go great when we ran into them
They are quite capable.
in Brightcoin.
It did not.
I see. Well, perhaps we can look into researching maybe more of their methods and abilities once we have a better understanding of everyone in their group. I've been told only a few members are actually known of. Zoran is surprising to me. His reputation in Dragonhold kind of puts him at an oddball situation of why he's dealing with these mercenaries. As for Ida, I can imagine Adokus is not taking that well, seeing as how he helped train her. But one thing I can assure you is Josh, and more accurately, Thaddeus, have very deep pockets. I would be aware of any... Well, I guess you've already met with a few attempts on your life. I heard the airship was attacked this past visit to Brightcoin. I would expect probably more situations like that to happen.
Good.
I will say, for the remainder of the crew on the Viridescent Javelin, I'm personally ensuring they won't be bribed with coin. I have no issue with Azru and Ardwill, as they've served me in the past. As for the rest, I don't know their allegiances, but coin always helps ensure people stay on your side. As for Garth, we've put out a bit of a warrant for him if anyone can find him. I imagine he's probably out in Duskern, where he dispatched your ship. They have their own situations to deal with at the moment involving a plague, so he's not in the best of situations if he did flee to that place. Other than that, though, I don't know what information I can provide you with. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to give you any information I can.
Do you have any tactical advice for how to contend with them, given they do have the wand and are clearly willing to use it?
Luckily for you all, the wand, while it is incredibly powerful, is probably the best thing for them to have found. While it is capable of severely damaging others, it is not without its own risks. Many of the properties of this Wand of Chaos can just as easily turn its ire on the wielder. So it's a bit of a dice roll, if you will, every time it's used.
Gelnick sees where it got its name.
Yes. Another parting gift from Zybris, I'm sure of. He loves his chaos.
Do you have any... Go ahead.
You go first.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Can you share what you told Thaddeus about the Gauntlet of the Eye? Or is it just that you understand it to be in the Desert of Thorns?
Basically, everything that you've been informed. This was even less information than we have now, and we still don't really know much of anything. If they want to comb through the Desert of Thorns themselves and save us the trouble of finding it, they're more than welcome to, but we do have small teams working outside in the Desert of Thorns, though no progress has quite been made. But that is all the information they were given.
Understood, thank you.
If you do ever wish to maybe meet with Thaddeus, you can easily go out and visit Blackfane, though I'm not sure he would give you the time of day. But I can put you in contacts if need be.
No, I'm good, but thanks.
That is the correct answer.
His son tried to kill us a few times.
His offspring seemed to not fall far from the tree.
Oh.
Understood. What were we gonna say, Coil?
I actually had the same question, so
Oh,
Kazmo kind of speaks up and says, I know this is not quite related to this, but if you all don't have any other questions, or maybe need some time to think about it, I actually wanted to speak with you, Thaddeus, in private if possible. And he goes, if you all would not mind me taking a step away for a moment.
of course not.
By all means.
Well, Kazmo, if you would, we can speak in the kitchen. If you need anything, just simply ring a bell and the servants will do their best. And he places like a small little, like, servant bell on the like coffee table there. And he stands up, and it's funny seeing him like walk with Kazmo, who is this small gnome, like side by side. And he walks into the kitchen. And you all are kind of just alone there. You can hear the roaring fireplace, the warm scents. And you're alone for the moment.
How good is the tea?
Oh, it's sublime. Like, this is like when you worked in Silverhill, and like you probably knew everyone's order at some point within the hall.
Yeah.
This is like the people who knew their tea. This is what they would get. Like, it's something along those lines.
Is the bell just a normal bell, or is it magical somehow?
It seems to be just a normal bell. It doesn't have any like arcane glyphs or anything on it. It doesn't give you a magical vibe looking at it.
I want to ring the bell.
You ring it, and one of those like ghostly apparitions kind of appears in front of you. Just kind of blank face, no features, just kind of standing there waiting to serve.
Hi, my name's Trilby.
It does not respond.
Have I ever seen anything like this before or heard of it? What is this thing?
You give me an arcane check.
All right. Here, yeah.
You've definitely read about this. It's kind of just like an unseen servant. They provide simple tasks, and usually typically just provide it, and then they like disperse from that point. With like some of the more powerful mages and stuff like that, have them attuned to like their building, so they kind of are like a full-time staff that's ready at the need, like ready whenever needed.
Neat.
Well, I just want to let you know that the tea is delicious.
It does not move.
The dismissed.
It fades away. It like a wind blows and it's gone.
Can we get one of those for our house?
That's a good idea.
Does this mean that we should probably go after the gauntlet next?
Well,
Maybe
without a
so.
lead, we might just be stuck in the desert. But if we wait for a lead, then maybe... I don't know.
Yeah, I could also try to track them down before they, like, have the chance to try something on us to catch us by surprise again.
It would be nice to spring a trap on them instead of the other way around.
Yeah. Have we ever gotten a hold of anything from them, like anything that belonged to them at all?
I don't believe so.
No. They stole my hair. What's that about?
Oh, I've been messing around with or looking into scrying stuff. So that if we could get something that belongs to them, then I can spy on them. I can try to figure out where they are.
His father.
I could do it without. I could try doing it without that, but it's less likely to work, and they're probably more likely to notice I did it.
Surely he has things at his father's house.
We could try robbing his parents' house.
That is, seems like a bad idea, but also kind of tempting.
We should definitely not have the conversation around those plans in earshot of others.
That's a good idea. Trilby, wink.
Stop.
Not that again.
We never stopped.
You hear a little voice come from Bailey's bag. It just says like, I can't believe you all. You all. You're here. We gotta do some snooping. They left us alone. This is like, let's take stuff.
He's hosting us in his home. Why would we steal anything?
Why wouldn't you?
What do we need?
I don't know, it just seems like a fun thing to do.
You're the Pocket. You're the kind of person that steals silverware from a restaurant, aren't you?
Yes.
When you already have silverware at home,
Yes.
more than you actually use.
Yes.
Well, I'm not stealing anything. He seems quite nice and helpful, although he did give Cum a leg up, which is unfortunate.
We will wait until our bridge is burned, and then we steal.
Aye, aye, double leader.
She pouts.
Also, he's the magic artifacts guy. There's no way he does not have a way of figuring out who stole something from his house.
Yes, seems as though there are very important items in here.
I have the feeling just sitting in here, he already knows that we even verbally brought up the idea.
Yeah, but aren't you at least curious?
He has been
was
gone
it?
for a long time, huh?
You can hear like in the distance like conversation.
Ooh, should we eavesdrop?
I mean, we could. We do have someone very small who could probably hide in there.
Pocket?
Okay, see that I can do. But you gotta
Don't
like do
steal
something.
anything.
Like I'm doing all the work here. She starts floating like she floats and then lands on the floor and just starts like walking to the kitchen.
Can Bailey shape into a small little flying animal to join Pocket so that
Oh,
so
smart.
it doesn't feel like she's all on her own?
What animal?
I'm trying to think of what could feasibly be there and be okay.
Could be like a bug.
Yeah, I'm thinking about. Oh God, what if Felix gets swatted? What about a little ladybug?
Okay. Little ladybug and Pocket go join. Give me a perception check.
Oh shit.
That's
Sorry,
fine.
I
We'll
forgot
just take that first one.
Take off my disadvantage.
You listen in, and you listen for a good like 30 or so seconds before you realize this is a very boring conversation they're having. Kazma is asking about where he gets like his fine embroidery done on his furniture, and he's going on and on about different merchants within the city and what he recommends and what he doesn't recommend. And he's like, oh, you should go to Blackvein if you're looking for this, but if you're looking for this, you want to go to Null. And they're actually just having a private conversation.
Can I look at Pocket and like dramatically yawn?
She's like, this is good.
Oh, Faylee like pauses her yawn and hopes that Pocket doesn't notice, and just nods and is like, "Yeah, this is really good stuff."
Oh yeah.
It's like a kid, like
Yeah.
like your kids doing. Hey, Dad, look at this, and they're just walking. Yeah, wow. Nice
Wow.
job, son.
But yeah, do you guys just wait for them to come back?
Probably.
Trilby's
Unfortunately, yes.
enjoying a nice cup of tea.
Unbelievable.
How does Trilby like his tea?
The way he was raised to enjoy it in polite society, very slowly and carefully, and you accept what's given to you.
Oh, you don't add anything?
I don't think so.
What if it's bitter?
Then he just goes, and his face is puckered up like the lemon meme.
Oh, if Gelnick doesn't like it, he just throws it out.
I mean, Trilby was raised as a little fancy lad, so whenever he's in a situation like this, all of his instincts kick in. And he's like, hello, yes, please, thank you.
Mhm.
He's not about to get up and start rooting through his house, Dan.
Well, what?
Yeah, it's your fault.
Yeah, it's my fault. All right. So you guys
Toil
wait. It's
is-
probably like another 15 or so minutes before Lucian and Casma come out and join you guys.
Hobson's definitely at least looking around the room just out of curiosity. What's the most interesting thing in EyeShot that just is on display or is just in the place we can see?
You see kind of like above the like fireplace, you can see there's this like glass case, and you see the 7 crystals inside of it, and you immediately recognize these are void crystals.
Ooh, cool. He's got
There
like a
is
little display
blue,
collection.
purple, a red, a green, a yellow, an orange, and a white crystal.
Wait for it.
Hang on, I'm googling. God damn it.
Is there a tiny hammer next to it?
To
We use
the
to smash
glass
the glass?
case?
Yeah.
No, there is not a tiny hammer.
In case of wanting a cool crystal, smash
Dan,
glass.
you've already got Shadow the
No.
Hedgehog in here.
Oh my god, are those the same colors?
I
They're
might
pretty
not be.
close.
I
It's
promise
pretty
you it was
close.
not intentional.
Oh my god.
What colors did you say?
Blue, purple, red, green, yellow, orange, white.
Okay, so there's like a teal light blue instead of either
Gotcha.
orange or yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's 8 now. No, just kidding.
Chaos void crystals.
Jesus.
This is
But
where
yeah,
I'm
other than
very-
that, there's a few just like random like paintings and stuff on the walls. Like you can see the like large one that's kind of above that glass case is like Northcliffe at a distance, and you see this, you know, the massive chunk of earth like floating above the small little like not artificial because I guess it happened naturally, but the crater ocean that's below it, the chains that are connecting it still to the mainland of Alithia, and like a small little like signature in the bottom. This is Bob Ross. Like I don't know, not Bob Ross. But yeah, they're just like kind of it's the place is filled with stuff. A lot of it though here is definitely like nothing's too showy. It's clearly meant for like a casual living space and just for conversation and stuff.
Cool.
But yeah, the two of them walk back in. And then he says, "Sorry about that. I got a little carried away." Was there anything else I can do for you, Flower Crown?
Oh,
I don't believe so. Unless you guys
Actually-
have anything?
Question at this point: is Faylee still a ladybug?
Faylee is still a ladybug.
Okay, he will look around and say, And where is Faley?
That's a
boy.
great question. I think she went to the bathroom.
Can Faley go outside?
Yeah, you're a ladybug. You can probably
Yeah,
fit through a door.
She's
Quick.
gonna do that and then transform back.
I think
Go
she
out,
said something
get
about
back.
getting fava beans.
Yeah, she's been talking about those a lot lately, hasn't she? The tea is lovely, Mr. Lucian.
Faley knocks on the door.
He stands up and he goes, "Well, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it." He opens the door and he goes, "Welcome back."
Thanks. Kind of just falls in.
So, I'm assuming that is all we needed to discuss. If I have any more insights as to the Crystal United mercenaries, I will be sure to pass them all along to Kazma and Adokus and the rest.
That would
Thank
be
you very much
most
for the help.
kind. Yeah, thank you.
Of course. And if you need anything, you know where to find me now.
I do-
Much
do-
obliged.
And he kind of gestures you all to stand up and take your leave. You probably like converse for like a few minutes, so there's kind of just like a natural end to the visit.
I love your void crystals, by the way.
Thank you. It's not every day you get to see that many, is it?
So is that all 7 types altogether?
It's the 7 that have been at least widely discovered. I have suspicion to believe there might be others, and there's actually some influence that where the crystals naturally grow, depending on the surroundings, can change, such like blue and yellow.
Oh. Do you think
If
maybe
you'd
there's
like-
like?
Oh,
Do
go.
you think maybe there's like a really big like green one that's like the master void crystal?
Well, I imagine we're standing on it if there is a massive green one.
Wait, this is Angel Island? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Trilby died suddenly.
He drops like a million hash browns that he needs to
Yeah.
collect.
Yeah.
He drops all the chameleon air rings. Like, oh, green,
Oh.
green, green.
As long as I'm just holding one, I'll be okay.
Yeah.
You can't do this to me.
It's not intentional. It's very funny though.
Sorry, that's it for me.
All right. He thanks you all for your time, and you all depart. Kazma gives you a little nod and says, "Thank you all for meeting me. I didn't know if it would turn up anything, but I think that's our lead on how they maybe got information about the Wand of Chaos. Unfortunately, I've met Thaddeus a few times, and he's kind of, it's hard to say no to him. He's pretty powerful, even not being in a position of, royalty. He's a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye out, I guess, for more assassins.
Yeah, do that. I'll see if we can maybe make some changes to the viridescent javelin to maybe prevent teleportation happening on it.
That would be nice.
Yeah, I'm sure Marm can figure out something, but I'll talk with him.
Thank you.
Perhaps we should give them all a bonus too.
I think Lucian's taken care of that from
Oh,
what he told me.
I thought he was
was going.
implying strongly that we should. I see.
Oh no, I think I think he wants that to happen. So I think
It's like hinting, like, hey, y'all should like pay people.
yeah. No, he implied that he is giving them a larger cut because they're also like council owned kind of thing. So he strong armed the council into.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I hope you all have a good rest of your day. Sorry to take away from your breakfast.
Nice to see you, Kazma.
It's a pleasure. And she gives you a little nod and starts to walk away. I'm so proud of you all and disappointed.
I can tell.
Definitely
Coil is too obedient. I'm sorry.
too obedient. Definitely didn't have like 5 pages of notes.
Oh my god.
That's my own fault because I over prepare.
Maybe we'll come back.
Maybe we'll come back.
You put us in a room full of trinkets and said, "I'll be back in 15 minutes," and we all sat there.
And I gave you 1 marshmallow and I said, if you don't eat this marshmallow in 15 minutes, you'll get 2 marshmallows. And no one touched the marshmallow.
Can't believe you recreated the opening of Far Cry 4.
That's what I was thinking.
That's exactly what just fucking happened. I can't believe
And we sat there.
I was internally screaming that entire moment.
Hey, we should have asked for a house tour.
Yeah.
Just turn around, knock on the door. Can we have a house?
So one thing you do notice, though, as you're coming back, it's like you were maybe at the estate, not like maybe an hour. You come back and it's about noon, we'll say, at this point. And waiting outside the front, you can see kind of sitting on a bench nearby the Shattered Shield Inn. You see the familiar horned lady with the curled over like bat wings. You see Melitha sitting waiting for you all.
Bailey, calm down.
Fairly ladybug fluttering everywhere.
Fairly dropped the ladybug, okay?
Yeah.
She gives you a little wave, and as you guys approach, she goes, well, I have wonderful news. Our staff worked well through the evening, and we have your estate ready if you'd like to see it.
Oh,
Oh.
Yes, please.
yeah.
And she starts to walk, and as we start to walk, we'll take a quick little BRB so we can do refill drinks, use the bathroom, stuff like that.
Hmm.
And we'll see you guys in like 5 minutes. So 8:35. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right.
Yeah.
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 All right. I'll see you guys in a few. No one's died yet. Chat, I had so much written. I can't believe it. That is DM 101. Is you want your players to do something and they won't do a thing. They won't. But then the second you're like, here's this thing that will blaze over fast, they're like, let's hyperfixate on it. That's just how D&D goes. And I love it. Give us a taste. You don't even want to know. It was a lot. It was a lot. That's okay. I'm gonna go use the bathroom and refill my drink. I'll see you guys in a few minutes. I'm back. I have some like dried mango. So good. You gotta ham it up on the susometer. You're right. Also, this music is the Ace Attorney Chronicles, the one set in like medieval times. It's called The Theme of Deduction. Here, you wanna know another bit of music I had ready for Lucian's house? Chat? Here's another musical theme I had. I'll just let you interpret that how you like. That's just bathroom music. Normal elevator music. I have a document I created of one of the papers that they would find that I'm very tempted to just give to them because it's about them. But maybe another day. Maybe another day. Hello.
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 Hey gamers. How we doing?
Doing all right.
Any gamers in the house?
Oh my god, I'm a gamer.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What's it like to be a gamer?
Oh my god, it's so cool to be a gamer.
Really? I've always
Mhm.
wondered.
Yeah, it's great.
Any gamers in chat? Yeah.
Damn,
It's not all that
feels good
cut out
a
to be.
gamer. It's a whole song, I think.
Wait. Game a capital G or lowercase G?
Ew, lowercase.
Ew, lowercase.
What do you think I am?
All right. Are you guys ready to meet your home?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I lost my page.
Rest in peace.
Guess that means our house is gone.
Yep. How's it going?
That's gone.
Oh shit.
So Melitha guides you out to basically where the marker is. There's a small little building here, on the edge of a bunch of like natural forests there's still a few pockets of natural forest on Northcliff, and this is one of them. It's right next to the Croyfair River, and it's kind of almost adjacent, like the opposite coast of where you helped. What was his name? Wickleby.
Wickleby.
Yeah.
It's kind of adjacent to where you were there. Walking up to your home, your new home, the first time, you're all kind of filled with various emotions. Some of you are used to a place to call home and are simply excited to see what's new and what's waiting for you in this new home of yours. Others don't know what the comfort of home is and are hesitant to accept whatever you might find. The exterior is cozy. Stone brickwork base, large timber frameworks wattle and daub for the spaces between. The outer windows have small flower garden, like box gardens, setting at the each. You recognize a few familiar flowers mixed throughout. You can see roses, forget-me-nots, daisies, foxgloves, gladiolas, and wolfsbane among some of the flowers that are on each window.
Aww.
The entrance
Yeah.
has a small covered patio space, a swinging bench, and a warm, inviting lantern that's kind of hung right by the front door. There's a small little like frosted glass circular window in the door. It has like a little like cross. What's the stuff between windows called? Got that. Whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Wall?
It has a name.
It's got a name, yeah, but it's got that, and it's like the warped glass, so you can't actually see in, but you can see like warm firelight coming from within. And just for the old theater of the mind, so we have something to look at.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yippee!
Yippee!
We got a home. This is the Hall of the Flower Crowns. And what if you guys have a name you want? We can swap it out with whoever you want. I just gave that as a placeholder. The
It's
interior
vibrating in my room.
is this wide open space. A fire conversation pit is the first thing you notice. This warm arcane fire fills the room with life without the fear of maintenance of a normal fire. There's still the crackling of logs and stuff like that, but you notice there's not like natural embers forming at the base of it. It's the equivalent of like a gas fire pit, but arcane powered. Small little like trails of embers go out, but they don't burn when they hit. There is warmth that's provided by it that you think is just the natural proximity of whatever's powering this fire. There's soft cushions surrounding the little sitting space, so it's like a dip down, like maybe like 4 or 5 feet, with these like 2 steps into this little conversation pit. The living room connects directly into the dining room and the kitchen. Large, heavy walnut wooden table with space for 8 is decorated simply with a few pieces of dishware, a bowl full of fresh fruit, and this short kind of wooden slope leads you down into this massive kitchen where you can see there's a large roaring fire with the grill on top of it that fills the room with space and the comfort of a roaring fire. The stove gives you memories of large celebrations back with the Ostenki tribe, Gelnek, when they used to like hunt a beast and cook basically the entire beast on this massive bonfire. It kind of has a lingering familiarity there. I lost my place. Countertops and cupboards fill the rest of the space of the kitchen with plenty of storage for all your dining needs. Hobson, you even see a familiar tea and coffee set, a similar one you used back in your days in the inn. Something you're not sure how they found or made, but it fills you with nostalgia. There's a large pantry that's fully stocked with food and supplies stocked for the foreseeable future. And right next to it is this small stairway down that leads into a wine cellar. It has several bottles of wine and a few barrels of ale. There's a few extra crates and stuff of some of the longer lasting foods that are stored down here that don't need that won't go through quite as fast. Adjacent to the kitchen is a library, or kind of like a war room. If you would have like a meeting or something, well, you would probably think it would be in this room. The walls are stocked with books you'd probably find at your local library. Nothing you'd find in like a restricted section or anything like that. But comforting stories that maybe you read in your youth are on the shelves that surprise you. Especially Trilby. There's a lot of books that you remember here that you had back at home in your own personal room.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
On the center of the table, there's this large map of Lithia that's unfurled. And a huge hanging chandelier with lit candlelight that you notice the wax isn't dripping from these candles, but it's providing like a nice warm glow. Even in the main living space, you can see these like chains hanging with these like intricate lanterns kind of throughout that kind of just fill the space, almost like you know like the floating candles in like Harry Potter's hall or whatever. It's like that, but these like chained lanterns.
Ooh.
Pretty.
Have we got like a whole like pop-up book section in our library just from Trilby inspiration?
Absolutely. Yes,
Mhm.
there is totally that. There
There's
is
a section
like
over here.
everybody poops. That book's there for sure.
Wait, everybody?
Everybody. Yeah,
even Coil?
that's right.
Oh, nice carbon
Oh.
stills.
Oh my god.
He sure does.
That would be amazing, like D&D recreation of the Everybody Poops book.
Even Warforged.
Warforged poop.
Opposite of the library is the interior garden. A large tree fills the space. Its canopy reaches out and covers most of the ceiling from view. Though sunlight does still sparkle through the kind of like glass greenhouse styled roof of the chamber. The rest of the walls here are kind of made out of a patchwork of cobblestone and brick. There's a small pond in the corner that you can see a few fish swimming through it. And surprisingly, the space in the pond looks deeper than you would expect. You would fully be able to submerge in it, like standing up, even though it kind of seems like this small little pocket space. Different plants are all over, well-maintained, treated with care, all kind of flourishing in their little natural space. You can see even there's like a few patches of flower beds throughout that kind of have the similar flowers you saw in the window gardens. To the north of the sitting area, you can see there is a large bathroom. It's got a full-size spa, and of course, an amazing bucket that could rival the one you had back early.
Let's go!
You can even feeling in the water, you can feel the bath spa it's heated. It's a nice heated bath. And kind of as you're walking through each of these spaces, Melissa is kind of like showing you some of the things, and some of the things she actually describes with like the fireplace and the heated spa and like the plumbing and stuff of the place is all kind of like magically handled. There's an arcane ruby in the central fireplace that is basically giving off the flames, creating all the heat. Same for the kitchen. And there's like a controllable valve for these arcane crystals that let you, like turn it off if you want. But you basically have like an infinite source of water and heat for any of the facilities that you might see in the room. The staircase kind of wraps up around the little sitting area in the center. You can see the last room is filled with storage. It just has like a few odds and ends that you might need or don't have a specific place in mind for you to set up that are kind of stored there. You can see even like a few target dummies and stuff are set there, like armor racks, a few targets for like archery and stuff. They're kind of just stored in here until you guys have a better place. There is a yard as well surrounding, with the forest kind of being adjacent. It's all, like well maintained and everything like that. You do have one neighbor, though they are not out. Their estate is not as nice as yours, but it's still like a higher class since you're in the entertainment district. It's just not as big as your estate. And finally, of course, there are quarters for each of you. And one of the things with Melitha is she is a literal demon of desire. And she can know your inherent wants and needs, even on the level of perhaps designing a house and a room. So let's go through the list and see like what's in your room. Like, what do you think your character would have? And as long as it's something feasible that like exists in common or even like a memory of your character, you can have it there. So I'm just gonna go at random. Hobson, how is your room decorated?
I think Hobson's room is very, like, is nothing too fancy. It is just very comfortable and cozy and pretty basic, almost like it's not like a hotel or inn room necessarily, but it is very like just a very comfortable sort of like house bedroom sort of space. Little sitting area for sitting and reading when he wants to. Probably some little shelf that can have a couple of I imagine some stray Vulse thoughts got in there in the mind read. So it's probably like a Vulse shelf that has just several things. Just like if if Vols had like a fan club and just like a biggest fan somewhere, like their little shrine shelf to Vols, that probably is
It would
like,
look like
something that that totally just is already existing in Hobson's room.
I think maybe like you know the massive painting when you went to the Champions Hall where you first realized, like, I think you have a framed version of that somewhere in your room, maybe.
Yeah. But otherwise, just like a very cozy, comfortable, sort of like basic room. Just a very pleasant place to stay. Lots of like comfy little cushions and blankets and stuff.
Do you think
But,
it kind of like harkens back to like your room back when you were working in the inn, or maybe in Silverhill even?
I think very much so.
Yeah.
I think it is very much evoking that decor of just sort of like that family inn space. Extremely so. There's a little pocket dimension of it basically just in the room with a Vols corner.
Yeah. That sounds lovely.
The Vols corner.
All right, let's go with your neighbor, Gelnick. What's in Gelnick's little corner?
Oh boy. All right. Gelnek has got let's say there's a rug that is kind of decorated with traditional kind of Ustenki patterns all about it.
Mm-hmm.
There are furs everywhere. And of course, taken from ethical hunts from monsters where you use every part, which is why there are also bones everywhere used as structures for like beds, and cabinets used as like their kind of like I don't know, their main structural component is like bones and wood. Basically, think of the Monster Hunter bedroom. It looks like that.
Yeah. Yes.
His room looks like the Monster Hunter bedroom.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Just
I was
lots
thinking when we were getting the kitchen tour, I really want to pack that kitchen with like Monster Hunter cats.
Yes. We're gonna have to hire staff. Yeah, lots of wood, lots of furs, lots of patched together stuff as well.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of very makeshift as well, because Gelnek is a man of the earth. He likes when things are made by traditional hands and made with love, and especially with passed down kind of methodology, and lots of stray things around, and maybe like a few books on monstrosities and the ecology there within, so that he can find his next trophy.
Oh, okay. Do you think there's like any instrumentation maybe in the room, or is it?
Oh,
or is it
yes.
just kind of your okay.
Yes, I forgot about those. Yes, there are a few traditional Ustenki instruments as well, like a big, like horn. Think the Zunki horn from Avatar. Maybe a few extra spare drums, like a whole drum set. Not drum set like a rock band drum set. I mean like big drums with leather like strewn over.
Almost like a
across
timpani
them.
situation. Like
Yes, exactly. And bongos, of course. He calls them the danger bongos.
I'm writing this down.
He uses them. He will mark them as things to use whenever he is worried a friend is in danger and they need to step out of the way of a potential attack.
Every morning at 5 a.m.
I love it.
But yes. And a lot of display weapons. None that he'll ever use, but they just look cool.
They just look cool. Oh yeah, of course.
Mhm.
All
That
right,
is Gelnick's.
Morenthal, what do we got in your quarters?
So his quarters. So start off by picturing the room as empty,
Mm-hmm.
as if it came like built, and we're going from there.
Okay.
There's a bed that is almost identical to the one at the inn. If anything, it's more just brand new than anything.
Okay.
Because to be honest, that's probably his idea of a luxury bed. It's just an inn bed that's brand new, so it is fluffy, I guess, and not gonna fall apart if you touch it. Other than that, there is a window in the room that looks out that is mainly just used to go onto the roof if need be, or if he wants to. And I guess let air in, but also a lock on it to prevent people from coming in.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, there'll be a closet system on the wall that'll have a small little, I guess, prayer candle type situation in it, as well as, bits of equipment and thing that he'll, keep in there. And the only other thing other than like a bedside table and a light to, see in the room, that sort of thing, would be a little like shelf on the wall near the window that has a tiny little pot plant on it. And he would be surprised that this is in there too, because he wouldn't really be thinking about this. But because the pot plant isn't for him, it's for the little guy.
Oh.
Because this sort of stray thought of like, what does that thing want?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what that thing wants. Like, I guess maybe a little pot plant. So it's like, what is this for? So it's like a think like one of those floating shelves on the wall. It's like one of those, like a plank of wood that's like sticking out of the wall with just like a pot plant on it with some type of plant growing out of it. And yeah, it's very bare bones. There's a lot of room to add things, but he, like Dan kind of alluded to earlier, he's never really had a place to his own, so he's never really thought about what he wants or had desires for like a place of his own. So it's like a lot of just empty space and just bare essentials.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I think that's totally accurate to what he would know, because he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
I want you to know, Gam, when you started describing the room as being empty, the first thing that appeared in my brain was Animal Crossing on the GameCube, when you have your first starting house, and it's just like a bare stone floor and like concrete walls and an old radio in the corner on the floor. Like,
Literally that, but wood instead.
yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was picturing.
Yeah. One thing, the window that leads out to the roof, it leads out over the garden. So like there's kind of like a stone built-in path there for you. Like there's even like a fence kind of like railing built into it because of the like glass side of the garden is kind of towards like the northern part of that roof. So you still have like a nice big plentiful space that you can kind of walk on or get on like the rest of the actual shingled roof, but it's kind of like a private little getaway that's also kind of connected to your room.
Nice little hidey hole away.
Excellent. Let's go to Coil. What's
Right.
Coil got?
So Coil almost like forfeited his room. He doesn't really like imagine having a personal space. He hasn't really in a long time. But his room will be surprisingly I don't want to say lavish, but it'll be like I don't know, it's very nice. There's a big window on the far side. And I imagine like all the decorations very, is it Voidian? How is it pronounced?
Vodian.
Vodian. The people that built him, all that
Mhm.
architecture, that their style of architecture. There's a telescope that's pointing out the window, and there's all these like star mats and stuff littered around. There's things like a weapon rack and stuff like that you would expect, and like places to rest that are big enough for him. But also there is like a little station that is clearly like for like maintaining and buffing and like sharpening his metal.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, there's just like floor to ceiling curtains. It looks very nice, and he's very confused.
I love the
Oh,
telescope.
this
That's
is
a
what I
sweet
ordered.
detail.
Yeah. I always picture like, I don't know if this helps at all. In Horizon Zero Dawn, like when you go to the old like relic places and it's like those triangular doorways.
Oh yes,
That's kind of how I imagine like Vodian architecture.
Oh, fantastic.
That's
I love
that was
that.
kind of, I think, like the first inspiration I got for them, and then it kind of ballparked from there. But it just to give you an idea of like where my brain was at when you said that, I was like, ooh, okay,
Ooh, yes. So yeah, many triangles everywhere.
excellent. I love it. Faley, what's in your room?
So Faley's room is actually also pretty like elegant because she's never really had a place to stay that, you know, she was staying with the cult. So she's always wanted kind of like an elegant, nice place to call her home. So she's got like a iron canopy bed, and it has like vines kind of wrapping around the posts that go around it and along the top. It's one of those ones that has like really pretty like really curtains coming down it that you can tie to each post so that it's just it's
of course.
very, very pretty. And she also has in there a painting of the river that was outside of where the where she found Eric, the one that she used to sit by with Eric all the time and chat. There's a painting of that in the room. There is also a tiny little section in the corner on like a rather nice looking dresser. It's kind of a small version of her bed that's for pocket.
Oh,
Yeah.
And there's also a little, like, it's not a cage, but like a place for Soli and a place for the lizard. So there's like little habitats for them that aren't cages, but are very nice.
little play places.
Aw.
Yeah, equally as like elegant as her room. She actually also has a telescope in her room and a little window facing out, because she loves the stars in the night. And yeah, just there's a lot of vines around the room, and like her dressers are like a dark cherry wood that have like not engravings, but like carved out, like the knobs look like little leaves or flowers, just very exactly what you would think a druid would have.
Mhm.
But very, very floral and elegant and comfortable.
Random question. Have you ever seen Jumanji?
Yeah.
So you know when the house gets overtaken by like the jungle and there's
I
like
don't remember actually.
That's what I always think about when I think of like a druid's house. Is that
yeah, that's like when
they
you
go
there's,
were
like,
saying like
monkeys
there's
running around.
vines on the walls and stuff.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
immediately where my head went. Not, but like in a nice way, not like
Oh my god,
like
do I live in Jumanji house?
no.
If you want.
If you
Oh
want,
shit.
that I just was like, that's where my head went, and I was. Now I have to Jumanji vines. Can I find it?
Oh yeah, with the terrifying plant. I always forget about that big plant.
I haven't seen Jumanji in a million years.
Here's like
Neither.
obviously not in like a messy state, but like imagine this, but like designed around it, kind of thing.
Yeah, I always think about like
Oh.
the staircase area where like it's
Yeah,
like, the
I don't
vines
know.
everywhere with like the staircase going up. Looks so good.
That does not have to be canon at all. I was just that's where my brain went.
There's also a
Jumanji's
lot of
canon in
natural
this
light.
universe.
in her room.
Nice.
And probably a little mini garden too. Like I know we have the garden, but she probably also has her little one for like a little potion making station.
For sure. A little alchemy section for you.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. And finally, Trilby,
Yo.
what we got in your room?
So his room, I think perhaps unsurprisingly, is modeled in part after his room back in Philgrove. But the difference is that his room in Philgrove, he sort of converted into a workshop, much to his parents' chagrin. Whereas I feel like here it's more of a harmony, more of a deliberate. This is a sleeping, restful area, but also a workshop. I think probably the majority of the room, especially by the door all the way back, is kind of workshop space, with like countertops and shelves and storage. I think the far wall is sort of a little sleeping quarters area. I think he's got a lifted up bed and then like a little desk underneath it, kind of thing, so he can
Okay.
write his little letters back home. He's got a little set up little perch for scrubbins. And he has he's got like near his bed he has like this rug he had as a kid that has like a bunch of roads on it but they're like cobblestone roads, you know.
And
And,
are there
uh,
little cars that you
There's little they're little
or
carts,
carriages?
Yeah, they're little carriages, and it's like here's the schoolhouse, and here's the Crown's Guard building. He's got one of those as well. But I think it's just a nice like kind of warm, cozy vibe in the further part of the room, and then up near the front of the room, it's more workshop stuff.
I love it. So with the house tour being completed, I think once you kind of all exit, like you go and investigate your own individual rooms and stuff, and there's probably a little bit of conversation about that. And Melitha is kind of just she sits in the little like sitting area by the fire, and just kind of like waits for you all to kind of have your moment before like rejoining, and she just says like, I hope everything was as you would expect.
Expect? This is everything Gelnick has ever wanted! You are very good at your job!
Well, thank you. I had a lot of time to decide on this job, and I think I chose the right one.
How you do that?
It's inherent ability of the race that I come from.
Oh, darn. Gelnick not able to learn this skill.
I think you can learn some of it. A lot of it's just, reading on social cues and stuff. Maybe a little deeper than that, but maybe you'll get there.
A
And
little.
she gives you a little wink.
Ah, yes, Gelnick has heard of this. It is called Pasayalagai. Yes, very intuitive. Gelnick will practice this Pasayalagai.
Excellent.
I've never seen anything like this. This is how did you get this done in a night?
Well, we have a few creation mages on staff and a few transmuters. A lot of the actual building didn't actually get changed at all. It was already a 6-room estate to our luck. I just gave them a little push to make sure we got it done for you ASAP.
Oh, it's amazing. Thank you. It's perfect.
I'm happy to hear that.
Real perfect.
Is there something more I could do for you, sir?
No, just sure is convenient that it's exactly what we're wanting.
I could make it something different if you'd like.
He's more just confused and doesn't like that he doesn't know what's going on. This is weird. This feels weird. I don't like this.
Maybe you're just not used to getting something good that you deserve. Maybe, I don't know.
Yes, Mornthal, you should enjoy. Gelnick is definitely enjoying.
You always enjoy.
Of course, enjoyment is one of the best parts of life.
So, how is it determined what's in our rooms again?
Well, I simply read your base desires. Some of them you might not even inherently knew that you wanted. Maybe a deep part of you called out to something. Some of those maybe are more easier than the others. And she turns to like Trilby.
Joey gives a thumbs up.
But once
Hobson's in thought for like 3 or 4 seconds, and then thinks like that explains the false shelf. Oh, okay.
But once I found I had a skill for this, and I took some time figuring out what I wanted to do with the rest of my time here, and I found I had a knack for this sort of thing. So I do hope
forgot
you...
about one thing that was
go
in
ahead.
Kaylee's room that I wrote down. There's a little plush on her bed that looks like suspiciously like a plush of a Warforged.
Oh my goodness.
How dare you?
Sorry.
Also a wall scroll with the home decorator.
She's like, I left that one for you.
I signed it for you.
Sealed with a kiss.
But after she kind of just gives you a rundown of how everything works in case there's any confusion with stuff. And she says, well, if you need me, here is my card. And she places a card on the edge of like the countertop nearby. And I'm sure we can get something arranged for any other decor that you might want down the road. Other than that, it was a pleasure working with you, Feral Crowns. I hope you enjoy your estate.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
She gives a little bow and curtsy and leaves you all to your new home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, very, very creative use of a demon that knows your desire and turning it into a really creative way.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say that's amazing. Like this is a hit anime premise waiting to happen.
When I was coming up with it, I had like so many pitches of what I wanted like this character to be. There was a time where it was almost a person with a what's the creature's name? A Nothic? Like which is like this like creepy little like monster thing that can randomly pick up like desires from but it's like it's just a monster.
Oh my
And I was like,
god.
what if I did that? Like that was originally what one of the ideas she was gonna be.
Oh my god.
Oh, Jesus. Don't say wood.
Would
Yeah, just as hot.
Love is love.
but I went through and I was like, what if there is like because obviously there's succubus and stuff like that. And I was like, what if there's one that's like just about like desires and like being able
Yes.
to read? And I was like, that's perfect.
It rules. I love it.
She's a Brachina, for those of you who might know, which is
The anime.
a pleasure.
By the way,
vessel.
by the way, the anime is called My Interior Designer. My interior designer is a desire demon.
Amazing.
Amazing.
I can see it. I can see it now. I can see the cover. That's so good.
Oh.
I love.
One of the things was she was summoned accidentally. They were trying to summon a succubus and they got there, but she stuck around because it was like a young mage who didn't know how to form a contract. And then once he died, since she didn't get sent back to the Hells, she kind of figured out what she wanted to do, and that was the kind of the case of how she became this.
It's brilliant. I
Good for
Love it.
her.
Yeah. So what do you guys want to do?
Jeez.
Just gonna do laps around my room.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Um,
We're
Rob's
allowed
gonna
thuddings.
stare at stuff for a bit.
Yeah, I feel bad for Faley, who's gonna have just machinery noises from next door and drumming noises from above.
I imagine the rooms are probably pretty soundproof.
Okay.
Oh, thank goodness.
Where's the fun in that?
I mean, you could
I'm
say
knocking down
you
the wall.
desire to not have that.
I need more room. I desire thin walls to irritate my neighbors.
Yeah, Trilby needs to be able to tell everyone good night.
Yeah.
Is there like an intercom system?
Oh my god, Jess, like Trilby has the only person who can like actually speak into it though. Everyone else
I
has
have a
to-
horn that just goes into like a vent system that no
Yeah.
one else can access, but I can talk into.
Because
It's
he's
not
the
even
only one
that.
who
It's-
desired it.
It is the actual air ventilation system, but Trilby has just hooked up a horn to it so he can shout into it.
Oh, now here's a thought experiment. If one person's desire conflicts with the other, which one wins?
Oh.
Like if Trilby desires to have a horn that goes into everyone's room, but let's say Morenthal desires a completely soundproof room, which one supersedes the other?
I can tell you exactly what it is. It is the horn. Okay, so it does go into every room, but the person who doesn't want it gets like a plug in their room that they can just shove into it.
Ah, there we go.
What if
So
I
technically-
desired? Oh, sorry. Go for it.
I was gonna say, so technically they both get what they want.
Yeah. But what if Trilby desired Mornthal to have a really nice, elaborate room with tons of furnishings? What then?
Oh,
I think at that point the interior decorator would say, "That's not your room."
fair enough.
I
I
guess
guess it
that would
depends.
probably be the ruling.
Aw, boo. I want Mornthal to have nice things.
You
So do
you
I.
can give Morenthal things. He has a room now.
Yeah.
I'll
Just
use
give
my
him
I'll
your
use my
And lots of
intercom.
space.
Time for presents.
anything?
Immediately puts the plug in.
Good night. It's 3:00 in the afternoon. Good night, everybody.
Just Trilby does a little jingle every time of like, boom, boom, boom. Hey, everybody.
The time is now 4 p.m. and Trilby is
I'm
going to
making-
sleep.
I'm making hash
Wait.
browns. Does anyone want any?
Gelnek knows exactly what he wants to do with this new house.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna cook a meal for everyone.
Oh, hell yeah.
Aw.
Oh boy, 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 oh boy.
In good old fashioned Ustenki tradition, after something successful, we must dine like true warriors. And he will look at what's available in our storage and stuff, in our packs, or whatever storage is available in the kitchen.
So you do find there is a section in the wine cellar where some of the extraneous materials were kept, where there is a literal box of colding. Like it's just a fridge. It's it's a fridge attuned with ice magic that can basically keep things fresh. And you can see there's like a few cuts of meats in there. There's nothing like, actually, Gelnek would probably want this, so there might be like a whole pig in there, like, or something like that. There's definitely like cuts of meat for different types of meals and stuff like that. But I imagine that's probably like one of the early things that Gelnek has on his mind is something like that. So I would imagine there's some kind of like maybe pig or something like that.
Yeah, because the desire demon, she knows what's up. So
Oh yeah.
because she knows what's up, she would give us, let's say, skewers. Gelnek's making kebabs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna make a variety. He's gonna make like a veggie one for anyone who wishes to forego the meats. He's gonna make a yakitori style like chicken skewer. If you want skin, he's got skin. If you want thigh, he's got thigh. If you want a pork skewer, he's got mixed skewers. He's just gonna lay out like an entire just cacophony of them.
I'm getting hungry.
Let's go.
Yes.
And it plays a Monster Hunter cutscene while you're cooking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Gelnek is Meowskilla chef.
But Gelnek is also going to
frowning.
need some helpers.
For this is going to be a great meal for the entirety of this tribe. And so, the entirety of the tribe should have a hand in it. Give their special touch. The most important ingredient in any meal is love and salt.
That is accurate.
Hops is definitely there and helping with anything that Gelnek is wanting a hand with.
Ah, yes, Hobson. Your ability with the blade. Gelnek will assign you to chopping meats.
On it.
I feel like the kitchen is gonna have like it's like embedded into one of the cabinets is a thing that slots out as a little step stool.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's like flush with the wall, but then it can pop out.
For
Who
sure.
else is helping?
I'm helping.
Okay,
Oh, will help.
Coil.
Oil, you are strong and large. You will be in charge of transporting the foods into the kiln. For we shall,
Not the kiln.
onto the grill.
Get out the kiln.
You and Trilby,
Yeah.
You have-
Yes.
you have smarts in the arcane.
Sometimes.
You will be responsible for keeping the fire steady, not too warm, not too cold. Just right.
I'll do my best, Double Eater.
Yes, good. And Gelnek will supervise. Gelnek is already a master chef.
Yes,
But you
chef.
all
Yes,
need
chef.
training.
Corner.
Morenthal, there you are.
Uh,
Gelnick could use an extra pair of hands.
what do you want me to do?
The most important job. Taste test.
Fine.
A good cook also has a good palate, and you must understand the difference between good food and bad food. Not to worry, Gelnick will taste with you. For it would be very selfish for him to not also take the plunge in any potential dangerous and or nasty foods.
He's mainly just confused because he's like not even had half of this food before. It's like, okay, you wanted me to tell you it's good, but I can't compare it. Sure.
Not to worry, Morenthal. Your lack of experience may prove to be a boon, for you have a unique palate, unexplored, but with new ideas.
Okay.
After all, a child is the one that has the greatest imagination.
Child.
I'm gonna cast heat metal on the grill.
Oh, hell yeah. See?
I love it. I love it.
I knew it. I knew it.
There you go.
Okay, I apologize if this is loud, chat. I'm trying to find an audio file. Perfect. Okay, I got it ready. Never mind. Go ahead.
I found a spell for cooking, so I'm helping.
Hell yes.
Thank God you didn't cast Shatter on a head of cabbage.
Mop.
Mop. So
And now Hobson and Gelnick will just lay out the contents. Just all the fruits, veggies, and meats, and various different stuff.
Oh yeah, Hobson is very on it, very focused, very dutiful.
yeah, I feel like the rest of you are probably seeing like a side of Hobson you maybe haven't seen before. Like, I feel like he's tuned in to the like innkeep like already. Maybe
100%. Yeah, like the having a place of his own, having a room that is like just evokes that old inn vibe and feel, like having a place that's also he can also like take care of and like keep an eye over. Like he's totally shifting back into sort of like innkeeper family like mode where he's just like spent many years just helping out around the around the inn. So like he's just absolutely shifting back into that mode.
I love,
love
it.
it.
Does Fayley want to help?
Ailey is so tired right now. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That is
Real life.
okay.
I just wanted to make sure everyone felt included.
Bailey is sleeping nearby watching.
Everyone's wondering where she is. Open her door. She's like passed out on the floor still.
Well, I think
Yes.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
You go. Sorry.
you go.
I was just gonna continue to improv if there was nothing left, but I don't need to.
I was just gonna say, I think you guys prepare this amazing meal directed by Gelnick, the master chef,
Mhm.
and you guys have a like kebab spread and grilled food and veggie kind of stir fry like meal. Everything's prepared up and plated out. Okay, I had to do
Yes.
that. Sorry. and you guys enjoy your first meal in home together.
Yay.
Yeah.
We did it.
You did it. You have a home.
Yay.
And now it smells like meat.
Oh, that's the best.
Yeah.
You broke in the meat smell. So one thing I think, like, as after you guys are eating and maybe like you're cleaning up together and taking care of little like chores and stuff like that, and you start doing like kind of just exploring some of the space yourself. Hobson, you find yourself in the library. And you kind of just absentmindedly go about grabbing a book and sitting down before you kind of like tune back into Hobson and realize the book in front of you, what you've been reading, and you were writing something.
Whoa.
The book that's in front of you is on the Fae. And, and you hear in your voice, okay, so I know I've been pouting a little bit. Okay, so I saw this was in here when we were on the house tour, and I thought maybe I could help explain the situation of, what happened, back there with the whole, the fairies and the trees and the you remember the portal, that whole thing?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, what have you found?
Well, okay, so, and he's flipping it through a few pages, and like your right hand is still kind of feverishly writing as you're kind of searching through, and he pulls up a few things and he goes, okay, so here you can see, this is some of the stuff I know, but I don't remember exactly how best to put it. There's multiple factions in the Fae, and he starts pointing out a few of these things. And you see these three kind of listed things. You see the Seelie Court, the Unseelie Court, and the Wild Fae. And he says, there's kind of these three, like, main factions in the Fae, and it's not necessarily like you belong in one of them. It's more like you just get categorized in one of them. But, like, think like the Seelie Court's like, ooh, summertime, and everyone's relaxed and having a good time, like pixies and stuff like that. They would be typically like your Seelie Court kind of thing.
Okay.
One. And then you have the Unseelie Court, which is more akin to like dusk and darkness and shadow. Not like it's. I've had this conversation before in the past. It's not quite like evil. It's more like like chaotic, I guess, would be. Well, that's kind of all the Fae, right? Really, if you think about it.
A little bit.
It's unwelcoming, I guess, would be the best way to say it to someone here.
Okay.
And then the Wild Fae are kind of just the scattering mishmash of people that don't really fall to one of the courts.
Okay. Which one of the courts did you fall into?
I was a member of the Seelie Court, and
okay.
I think I was of some importance in the court, because there's a contract that I know I am currently assigned to, and he flips back to the page he's writing, and he stops, and you read, and he's like, this was the contract that I think got me here in the first place.
Oh.
I don't exactly remember who I made it with or what, but something about the actual legality of the contract has not escaped my mind. I don't know if there's something more to that or not, but I'm figuring it out with you, right?
Yeah.
And you read, written in like weirdly from your hand, but a different handwriting, which is an odd sensation. You read out this. Your form made of stone in the realm of Lithia will serve as a guiding beacon for Fae creatures to find a path to the world of man. With the establishment of the gateway, you are bound to protect its existence from the creatures of the realm. Extend your stay away from the court. If at any point of time you are outside the realm of the Fae and the gateway is disturbed, you will be sequestered to a location in the realm of the Feywild in the presence of the Seelie Court to await trial for your lack of commitment to our agreement. If at any point you re-enter the realm of the Fae without having established the gateway, you will be given a probationary period to return to the realm of Lithia and complete the gateway. Should this probationary period reach its end, you will be brought before the Seelie Court for trial.
Oh boy. I'll be honest, that's a lot more legalese than I ever expected to encounter from the Fae.
Yeah, the higher ups in the courts actually typically give you a little bit more than maybe some of the typical creatures you would encounter.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
They're more like, oh, what's your name? And then you tell them your name and you're fucked. Like from that point on, like that's a lot of the lower people. They kind of do that kind of stuff.
I see. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm sorry we put you in a bit of a pickle here, bud.
Yeah, it's not great, but I guess the thing is like, what state am I in? Because I'm in the gauntlet, so we're not voiding anything because, it's not technically me.
I suppose that's true.
But I also don't know if it's going to, like, that wiggle gray area in fake contracts, if that's going to extend to you.
That's a good point. So clearly, like, contracts and the legal language for the higher ups very important. How strictly do they honor and stick to these contracts?
It's pretty much all they do.
I see.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
kind of their thing.
Yikes. Okay.
Well, because the whole thing is like, either you do the contract for them or you break the contract, and both are great for them typically, because one, they get what they want, and the other one, they get what they want.
I see.
Like, for instance, if myself as a fake creature, if I were to break a contract, I might have to serve under them for an extended period of time, or they could remove any. Well, I've never done such a thing, but any curses that I've placed may have gotten dispelled or altered under their properties. You could lose
Sure.
rank in the court. Sometimes they even like introduce new weaknesses to you, or like suddenly age you, or become debilitating, or like
Yipes.
it's not good. And then like for people not Fae like yourself, like they can make you ugly. They can make you hideous. They can take years off your life. They can take your money and wealth. It's they like that contracts getting broken because it helps them.
I see. Well, these do not sound like people we can outsmart necessarily. And so your form definitely leaves things in kind of a gray area where loopholes might exist, but we've definitely broken the part of the deal that this was meant to make you uphold. What do you think is the best approach for tackling this? Is it try to make it up to them somehow? Is it trying to use one of these loopholes? Is it trying to set things straight with them? Is it just hiding from them forever? Like, what do you think?
I do like the idea of hiding from them forever, but I don't know if that will work for long.
Okay, yeah.
The only thought is, if we do come upon a way to, restore me, I don't want to be hopeful for it or anything like that, but maybe we can use the gray loophole area of me not existing yet, so I'm not able to fulfill the contract, and maybe once I find myself back in a form, I can find a place that's maybe a little more, not in the center of Northcliff for a portal to the Fae.
Potentially so.
Maybe work with something like that.
Maybe we could make an argument that you were not fully you weren't fully yourself. You weren't fully in control when maybe we closed the thing.
That's true. I like that.
Well, you did us a very big favor by closing that, and I know that was a big thing we asked. I promise that whatever it takes and whatever we have to figure out, I will help you get this figured out, whatever that means.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah, you helped us, that I owe you one.
I think I owe you a few more than one.
Yeah, I'd probably owe you a few more than one. I don't know exactly where I'm not nearly so good at keeping track of these things, I guess, as Fae lawyers.
Yeah, I was never great at it myself.
This is good. I'm good thinking. This is very helpful information to work with. I wonder if I could probably find some other books similar to this one. This gives me at least a lead to work from.
Yeah,
Library.
Any idea you have, I'm willing to hear it out, because.
Okay. Yeah, like Hobson definitely like kind of grabs this book, takes with like to go up to his room and makes a note to himself, like mental note, like, all right, I am next opportunity getting out to the library. I am finding any other books that are kind of like comparable and similar to like subject matter as this one, just to try to use this as a lead to start researching in the right areas and seeing what more he can learn about the Fae, about how all this works, and about just to have a greater understanding of how deep the trouble we are in is and exactly what shape of hole we've dug ourselves into.
Excellent. I look forward to hearing what you come up with. I'll keep thinking myself. 'Cause,
Awesome. Thanks for this. This is a huge help in getting started.
Don't mention it.
Our little secret.
If he could blush, he would.
Aw. Yeah, Hobson's very excited to have that lead, but also like having a little bit more clarity on it makes the potential threat of the Fae we've upset feel significantly more real.
Mhm.
Legally just has that effect somehow. Getting sent a legal document, even if it's nonsense, will instill panic at least briefly.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
all
the
right.
good news is with the contract he wrote is the fact that you haven't been sequestered away to the Fae is probably good news.
Yeah, it probably means that they don't have the power to either they don't know or they don't have the power to make that happen immediately somehow for some reason. So something's going our way.
There's a question mark in there somewhere.
Yeah. We should figure out what that is.
Excellent.
But yeah, given it is late and we ate a lot of kebabs, he's definitely not going out to the library tonight.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's probably a comfy evening for you all of like big meal, kind of like clean up real quick together and then kind of retreat to your chambers or check out like some of the little areas in the house. But kind of probably quiet, even though like there's excitement. It's probably a lot to take in.
Mhm.
Yeah, Hobson definitely does sort of like a slow just walk through of the whole house, just sort of like taking in all the little details and trying to kind of fast track getting super familiar with all the common spaces, at least not barging into anybody's rooms.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Trilby did the same at some point too.
Gelnick would probably barge into people's rooms not realizing that he's not supposed to, because every time he's been in a house with Stenky, it's very communal.
I love
So
that.
he would have to learn about rooms. Like he's learned about rooms in inns, but that's because everyone it's paid for. But as far as like communal stuff, he would have to be taught like, no, you don't go into people's rooms.
Mhm.
Like, why? We're all one tribe.
I love it.
Mm-hmm. Trilby's definitely curious what everyone's rooms are like, but he's not going to barge in. If the
I just
door's
imagine
open,
like Gelnick's learning more of it, but he still is just standing on like the door frame with the door open, like knocking. Like,
are you busy?
I can see you. You do not look busy.
oh, I love it. So, does anyone have anything they'd like to do on this first evening?
Not anything else.
Sure.
It is a new day, new house.
I do think Coil is gonna do some thinking and he's gonna pull out his little vial
Oh.
ooze. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Because all this stuff in his room is making him think.
He's having a little think.
He's having a little think.
Yeah, you pull out that vial and the kind of like dark ichor inside of it, almost like it's like you feel a sense of calling that's undescribable.
I think he's gonna open it.
Ooh.
you open it up, and it's kind of not as like the blight in the swamp kind of had like substance to it, like there was some organic like matter mixed into it that gave it purchase to kind of climb. This is kind of just like you can sense it like tilts in your direction, but it's not like able to like climb out or anything like that. It looks like it's just a liquid.
He's gonna pour it onto his hand.
Okay. You pour it on, and as it hits, there's like there's a instinctual like warmth to it as it connects to you, and instead of like this vial that probably has, you know, maybe like a cup and a half of liquid maybe in it, like it's not a super large flask or anything like that, but like it doesn't hit the floor. It kind of just hits in your gauntlet and kind of like seeps into the cracks and like into your wrist, and you just kind of feel that warmth travel along your arm, and it kind of fills your body before like when you feel it reach your entire core, your vision goes white.
Oh.
And
Hmm.
you're standing in golden sunlight. These clouds of vibrant hues that you didn't think were possible in the realm swirl around you in the distance. You feel at peace and serenity, like a comfort you haven't felt in a long time. It's an odd sensation. You're not exactly sure how to pinpoint what you're feeling. But you're on this edge of this platform, clutching a railing crafted of this like unearthly like gold metal. You're staring out at an expanse. There's nothing but sky below you. You see no hint of the surface of Lithia or anything like that. If you are on a high mountain peak, you don't see any of the base or anything like that. You realize in your hand you're holding something. A ornate glass, like a champagne flute with a small bit of bubbling liquid in it. You can hear excited, boisterous sounds behind you, and you turn to see this figure walking up to you. It's hard to understand like what exactly you're seeing, because unless something's really close right now, you're having trouble focusing on it. It's like you're staring through a piece of like sea glass, where only the closest things you're able to see, but you can vaguely make out a shape of this humanoid figure walking up to you. They're wearing robes that shine with gold and silver that kind of glint with the light when it reflects just right. And they lean on the railing, and you can see like they're moving their hands and they're talking, but it's almost like a muffled sound. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Okay. Shit.
$19. Okay.
Ooh.
You kind of like focus in whatever you can in this moment. And their voice kind of comes crisp, and you don't hear much, but one thing you do make out is like there's a pause in the conversation, and this figure looks to you and goes, "Who knew the answer was not with R9, but Obrius?" And he places an arm on your shoulder, and he turns you back to the rest of the group, and you can see a few other figures kind of like turn their attention to you, and the kind of bright multicolored sunlight that's kind of coming through kind of flares up, and fills you back with that same kind of like just blinding white light. And your vision cuts, and the next thing you feel is that same sensation you've become very familiar with, that coldness and confusion, and almost like maybe hollowness to a degree. You're sitting on a cold stone floor. You are slumped up against the wall in this dark room. You can see the chamber is empty of other life. There's no one else in this room. This massive canister of an inky substance sit in the center of the room, like a vat, like maybe a few feet across, is full of this. There's these large pipes that kind of extend from this vat in the center that go out and fan on the ceiling and then come down in these like small little like chambers built into the wall. And you can see one of them heads directly above you. Other than that, you can see there is a small light, an arcane light glowing on a table nearby. And you can see like there's maybe like a book or a letter sitting on the shelf. It's kind of hard to see where you are from here. What would you do?
I think he would try to see if he can get up.
Okay. You stand up and you feel like a weird weight on your back. And you kind of feel and you can sense there's a pipe coming out of you, like a tube. And it's connected to that kind of chamber built into the wall.
He's gonna feel his mouth and feel if the muzzle is there.
There is no muzzle.
He's gonna try and rip the pipe out.
You feel around and you kind of tug and kind of mess with it for a bit before you realize like there's kind of like you twist it and it kind of like detaches like a naturally built-in thing.
Okay.
And as like the tube swings, you can see like a small droplet of this black ichor hit the ground.
Can he like try and open like his gauntlet or something like that? Just some part of him to see if like there's a lot of ooze in there.
Yeah, I'll say kind of in this moment you feel like unfamiliar with what you're trying to do, but you find you find like a way to open up a hatch, and it is like looking in a like you think you're looking at like pure obsidian or something like that, where before you realize like it is a shifting mass of this black ichor inside you.
He's gonna close it back up, and he's gonna like go over to his desk and see if there's like any identifying like letters or symbols or anything.
You walk over to the desk and you can see there's two things on it. There is a letter like sealed, and next to it is a book. And the book sorry, on top of the book there is a familiar key.
Oh.
And the book is titled Maintenance and Regulation After the Siphon. And you suddenly realize you're back home.
No.
Standing in your room with an empty vial in hand.
He's very like disoriented for a bit, just sort of like staring.
Mm-hmm.
That he does do like another feel of his muzzle for the
And it's
muzzle.
there.
Yeah. He's gonna stare at the vial for a long time and kind of cork it again and put it up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he's just got a lot to think about.
Yeah.
I'll say.
Yeah, I imagine it's kind of a like overwhelming feeling for him. One thing you do like in this moment as you're remembering is that feeling of that cold floor room. You almost you feel like you recognize it from way back when you were in the Underdark, and that small bit of black ink got inside of you, and you briefly saw glimpses of that room, but this time you were in it and not just seeing a memory.
Oh.
Or not just seeing like a picture.
In the Underdark. Okay.
That was your first experience with the goop.
Yes, I remember that. I think he's going to, like, he's not usually like the journal taking type.
Mm-hmm.
But I think because of all these weird memories and this weird room that feels familiar and not familiar, he's gonna try and see if, there's a pen and, just empty journal. And he's gonna, if he can find them.
Yeah, you
He'll start
can
taking some
totally find it.
notes.
If not in your room, you can easily find some in the library. There's like a few kind of like empty books and tomes.
All right, yeah, he's gonna just start taking some notes of what he saw, and like what he like remembers.
And here I will spell out the name you heard as well.
Oh, fantastic! Thank you.
Mm.
As I tippy tap into my notes.
There you go.
Coil with a typewriter going one finger at a time.
Yeah,
Hunched over.
Glasses perched on his snout.
that's not what I wrote at all. Appreciate it.
It's D&D words. Who knows what spelling is?
He types
Usually
one
an E on the
index
end.
finger at a time.
Mhm.
Yep.
So now as the night is progressing, there comes a point where the sun has set. It's maybe around like 8 or so. And there's a knock at your door.
Ooh.
Oh,
Who's
Our first
answering
guest.
it?
Joby's
God.
asleep.
Yeah, Hobson gets it.
Hobson's
right.
kind of above the front door.
I assume nobody else is like downstairs and already like just a lot closer to it.
No.
Yeah, I imagine it's probably you is the
Equal
closest.
responsibility.
Yep. Need like a. There we go. I just wanted a different song. You open the door and you see a member of the Crown's Guard. Familiar, kind of 5 o'clock shadow, hair back. It's Pancreas.
Oh my
Oh
god.
boy.
Oh. Hey. Hi. Welcome. Come on in.
Hey, I just got word from a few of my coworkers that Trilby just got a house here in the city.
Yep. No, we've just moved in today.
Incredible. Is Trilby around? I don't mean to interrupt if you guys are up to anything.
Oh no, I don't think we're up to anything. Although, I'm pretty sure that Trilby probably has been asleep for, checks the time, like 5 hours. So
Yeah, early to sleep, huh? Okay.
yeah, early bedtimes. But
Well,
Would you like me to like take a message for him or
yeah, that totally works. So I was trying to think of ways I could help him out. Being on the Crown's Guard, I got an ear to the streets. You guys are like, saving the world is what I was told, right? Like big adventurers.
Yeah, trying to.
Okay, yeah. So I've been gathering up some things, like some gossip and stuff that I've been hearing. I thought I could pass it along. I don't know if any of it's like good or credible, but you guys would actually be able to do stuff about it. So I thought, maybe I could be an inside scoop for what's happening within the city. Or well, like what people are talking about. Not really in the city. If it was in the city, I probably should already be doing it. Don't tell my boss.
That makes sense. Our secret. Just out of curiosity, I think Hobson like can do just sort of like a I don't know if it's perception or like what sort of check would it be for just sort of gauging like is there any ulterior motive to this, or is this like a sincere idea of like how to help out and like,
Just be an insight check.
What's the desire? Insight, that's the one I'm looking for. Also -1, so good times.
Wow.
Wow. All right.
Okay. Yeah. You think he's actually genuine? Like he wants to help out Trilby.
Awesome.
That's Uncle Pancreas.
I think that's a great idea. Would you like me to pass this on to him, or do you want to tell him yourself? Should I tell him to come find you?
I mean, here I got a few of them written down, and I could just kind of give you this. You could pitch it amongst your companions and stuff like that. If you're ever sitting twiddling your thumbs, I don't know what you guys are up to, but here's what I got. And he hands over a few papers. He hands over like 7 little scraps of paper, and like some of them are like it's the equivalent of like it's written on a receipt and it's kind of crumpled.
Sure.
It's just like written on the back. It's just like kind of quick scribblings of he was somewhere, heard some gossip, and wrote it down.
Oh, neat. This is fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, like, 'cause I mean, sometimes we're out of town with like kind of tackling like if we've got a job or something, but we're always keeping an eye out for like people who could use a hand or could use help with something here closer by. So yeah, this stuff is great.
Yeah, well, I'll keep an ear out for anything more I got. If it is in Northcliff, we probably are already doing it. But you guys are big adventurers saving the world. he does like a big hand gesture every time he does that. Like he's like, whoa.
Oh, yeah. This is wonderful, and yeah, I feel like anything you can find us, especially if it's something we end up pursuing, and like if it leads to, like if we get anything out of it, that yeah, like I'll definitely make sure you are getting a cut of anything of any leads that you're giving us.
That's very sweet. I think it might be illegal too, but it's very sweet. Well, like if I wasn't with the Crown's Guard, I'd be like, thank you. But maybe I don't know if I should take like a
that's
cut.
fair. That's fair. Well,
you could mention me like, hey, say we got a scoop from Pancreas, Crown's Guard.
That I can
maybe I'll get a
definitely do.
promotion. That'd be nice.
Yeah, whatever we can do for you that is helpful and not out like obviously and horribly breaking the law, some law.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it. And let Trilby know I was here. Maybe we can get another glizzy sometime.
I will. I will tell him. Thank you very much for this and for stopping by.
All right. Well, I'm going home. I just got off work, like a 20-hour shift, so I'll check you later.
Gracious. Yeah. No. Like. Good night.
And he kind of triumphantly walks away. Mission accomplished for Pancreas.
Yeah. No. Hobson like gets all the tips sort of like tucked away. Like makes note to himself to in the morning let the group know about this. Tell Trilby he needs to say hi to Pancreas when he gets the chance.
Okay. With that, does anyone have anything rest for the evening before we say the next day?
Don't think so.
No.
Excellent.
Am I
next
whisked
day
away
arrives.
to some far off realm of?
Yeah.
No.
Meanwhile, you all wake up in the comfort of your own bed, your own home, the first sleep in something that you could call your own in a long time, and maybe the first for some of you. And something stirs inside of you, Gelnick. You realize today is the evening of the first battle at the Obliteration Amphitheater.
Ooh. It's been a fortnight.
It's been a fortnight. So you know your evening plans are set, but as you all kind of awaken, I imagine probably like breakfast and coffee are being had.
Gelnick does the SpongeBob scream.
Yes! And that's how most of us wake up.
Yeah. So you're the first round is tonight for that. And from what you were told or probably like asked after the fact, I don't remember if there was actually a conversation. It's a it should be a 3-round tournament. With the first 2 rounds being this evening, and then the next one being the following night. So, two rounds today, and then 1 will be tomorrow. The final match.
Yes. Finally, a way to test Gelnick's abilities in front of so many people. So that the public, may know firsthand the greatness of Gelnick.
I want to make a little banner and hold it in the stands.
Hell yeah.
Can I do my first bag check inside of our new house?
New house. New bag check. New house. Let's go.
New house, same bag check. Yeet. 73.
Smells like pee.
73. It's a handful of pee. No.
Oh boy.
You reach in and you feel some hard iron objects, and you pull out a nice pair of shackles.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Okay.
Kinky. They're covered in pink fur. No. They're just
So they're like
plain.
iron.
Yeah, they're just plain like iron shackles.
All right.
There is not a key for them, you realize.
Oh. All right.
Instantly puts them. Wait, where's the key?
Oh shit.
Oh boy, shackles. Guys.
Chekhov's shackles.
But yeah, I got nothing for the rest of you guys for this morning.
Does our house need a vault for all the gacha rings we've been buying?
Oh boy. Boy, do we. Maybe a shelf
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
to display so we can just snag
It's
it.
A glass
shelf with
shelf
100
for-
spaces.
It's like a IKEA shelf full of our anime figures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, like
Just that glass case.
yeah. Perfect. Well,
Just like
100
Link
amiibo
has little
stands.
wall display things for all of every weapon, shield, and bow he's got, but we've just got 100 things on the wall that we're slowly filling out with each like numbered.
One day.
I mean, I've got all my rings equipped, so Troby's got the bling.
That's true. We're all wearing a lot of rings all the time, huh?
Yeah.
One of mine's invisible, so that's helping slightly.
The one ring. Ugh.
Mhm.
Yep.
Well, it doesn't make me invisible.
No, of course
There's
not.
The ring that's invisible.
Oh yeah, like remember when the coins with the states came out on it? It was-
Oh yeah.
you pop in all the rings.
Oh, I sure did get like 6 of those.
Yeah. I think I
I
did
still-
6, and then I just took them out, and I was like, "Hey, that's like $1.50."
Yeah, I don't have any explicit plans as such.
No plan.
There was just general stuff in town we were gonna be doing at some point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Did you meet up with Byfar already after we came back, or I can't remember.
No, I don't think I've seen him since I had a lock of my hair stolen by Cum.
Technically, you saw him after the lock was stolen.
Well, yeah, that evening is what.
Yeah.
That visit. So I could go on a Byfar play date, but
And your hair stolen by Cum.
yeah, well, you know, just D&D things.
Yeah. If not, we can at least proceed to the Obliteration Amphitheater and get set up for next episode
Yeah.
if we'd like.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Hell
Okay,
yeah.
I'm gonna spend the afternoon making a really big sign.
Oh yeah. You maybe
Yeah,
like
yeah,
arts
like-
and crafts through the day to make signs.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yes.
Pops
I'm
in
breaking in my
orders
new
a
workshop.
Shit ton of potatoes like for hash brown making. Sent back to the house.
Pack. Yeah. Gelneck would probably just like, I don't know, make a makeshift sparring dummy and just like beat it up over the course of the day.
Hell yeah.
Playing Eye of the
Maybe-
Tiger. In your room.
Yeah, he does a Rocky montage.
Climbs up the stairs inside the house.
While singing
Yes.
it the whole time. Like Gelnick just going dead, 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 dead,
Yes, himself. Like, and you just hear it from the other sides of the house, like muffled.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
It's got
Okay.
Trilby with the like little hand like pads for just sort of like punching and hitting each one. Trilby losing 1 HP each time.
Yeah.
Oh, oh.
I'm holding them up. Gelnick goes for one punch. I go flying across the room as a ragdoll.
Just like Killer Bean.
Yeah.
If you are an accurate representation of Gelneck's enemies, they stand no chance. Ha ha!
They'll probably be tougher than me.
What? That is not how these practice sparrings work. Is it?
I've never practiced sparred before.
It
Where's-
probably works that way.
Where's Coil? You could probably spar with Coil.
Ooh. Would Coil win a spar?
I think normally he'd be down for it, but he's probably like a little distracted today. He will say yes, and then he will proceed to be like
Doing
What's the
nothing.
word?
Just like
just kind of preoccupied.
His heart's
seeming.
not in it.
He's
Yeah.
he just seems distracted. And he apologizes, but yeah, he would try and help.
Coil.
Gelneck would take this as meaning that likely this is a sign from Eighth of the Breaker that whatever opponent he fights is not going to be in it, and that the match is already won. It's a sign. one person not wanting to fight, well, that could be anything. But two people not wanting to fight, that's a sign from Eighth of the Breaker himself. It's in the bag.
It's in the bag. Cleaning up.
Mhm.
All right, so we will all head down to the Obliteration Amphitheater on the next episode of Dan Jones and Dragons, where we'll get ready for some Gelneck versus many other combatants, and we'll see how that goes. But
Can't wait.
that's gonna be it for this one.
Before I
Thanks for
forget,
that.
the sign that I made says, "Get them, Gelneck. Break their Gel neck." But maybe not actually, because that might be a crime.
It's all written out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love it.
Is this like a little pennant flag, or are you like holding up a poster at the back of like a
I'm holding up a
WWE match? Okay.
100% the latter. Yes.
Like this next to the guy who's saying like localized Mother 3.
Yeah, yes. That's Morenthal is holding Localized Mother 3.
I love it. Oh, that's good. Thanks for playing with me all.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank you,
Great.
Dan.
This is
This
great.
amazing stuff today, man.
So great.
Yeah.
I'm very excited. I can't believe you guys didn't snoop. Still can't believe it.
Like me clawing at the screen.
I know.
Mm,
Another day.
I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna
We'll
step
go
next to
back.
you and cross my arms like, yeah. Why didn't you guys?
We'll go back. We'll go back.
We'll go back.
We will.
I mean, you'll never go back. There's no reason to talk to
He's
Lucy
not
again.
important.
He's fine.
No.
You never know.
It was a very fun session. Thank you, Dan.
Very much.
Yeah.
I love this, and thank you all for playing with me. I'm gonna mute for a bit and thank chat for their generosity. But thank you guys so much for playing. I'm glad we got to schedule another one.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Mhm.
Dan. And thank you, chat.
Thank y'all.
Thanks,
Thank
chat.
I'll talk to you soon.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh my gosh, look at this. We have an ending soon screen chat. Holy shit. I'm gonna turn up the music. Let's listen to this theme that that one's kinda bummer. We'll just listen to some Final Fantasy 9. There we go. Hi. 4K Dampy Dumper. It's what we all deserve in life. Is the big dumper. Okay, sorry, I'm just getting my alerts open real quick. Thank you guys for hanging with us. I'm really happy we got to do another episode. It was been a minute. But I hope we can get another one scheduled in here soon. I know tomorrow, just to get out of the way. Tomorrow, as soon as Elden Ring goes live, I'm starting stream and probably not stopping until like the end of Sunday. Like it's just gonna happen. I'm just gonna do it. It's my like last hurrah of play video games and without distraction. One thing of note, because I wanted to let you guys know, for the situation of shitty life things that are happening with me, they accepted my payment, and they were like, hey, just continue on doing normal rent payments. So we're good. I'm not immediately getting evicted. So I still am probably going to look into moving. I even talked with folks about some family friends own like condos in Florida that are nearby where my folks live. And it's pretty cheap during like off months. So like even if it's expensive during the months where they are usually booked, if it's cheap, I can save money, right? So I was thinking of that because I like, as much as I would be okay with moving in back with my folks, I know like where that put my brain. So I would try not to do that again to me. But we will see. We will see. I also, if I can find something cheaper up here or maybe roommates or something, I'd love to stay in Seattle because I really, really love it. But money be tight. That's the truth of it. Trying to find work is rough too. But thank you guys for supporting me. Thank you for hanging with us all. Appreciate it. Sorry to end on a little bummer of a real talk there, but I want to thank you guys real quick for hanging with me. And then maybe we can chat about some D&D things that the players definitely didn't snoop about. Ghost Show, thank you for 9 months. Thank you so much. There were a few raids in there. I Am Not Jonathan, Dungeon Scrawlers, Restless. I saw Rebecca Roney, Gam. Thank you everyone for the raids. I appreciate them so much. Ed, thank you for gifting 2 subs to Weeb and Lovesick. Thank you so much for that. Actually, sorry, there was another 5 gifted subs from Ed before that. Anonymous gifted a sub. Thank you. Ed gifted another sub. Anonymous gifted us. Oh, Ed gifted a sub to Dan. Anonymous gifted a sub to Joe Cat. Anonymous gifted a sub to Jax. Thank you so much. And Kiko Mana, thank you for 37. Smooshy, thank you for 67. Thank you for all the bits. Kevlar, thank you for the 2,000 bits. Lex, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you for all the Gigantify emotes. It's weird how those come across because it doesn't say like the person thanked you. It's like I Gigantimote you was made, but then it says that then it says like midnight used it. Thank you. My Best Toast, thank you for 47. Absolute, thank you for 19. Redips, thank you for a brand new sub. Thank you so much. Holy crap. Welcome to the stream. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you so much for the brand new sub. Happy to have you. Naru, thank you for the 23. Universal, thank you for the 18. And Evil Bacchus, thank you for the 40. And thank you for all the bits in there. Did I miss? I did miss. Saren with the 54 months. That's too many. Barry with the 67. The heck? Why does everyone hate my name with 5 months? Thank you so much. Zanri, thank you for 13 months. Matt, thank you for 21 months. Okay, now we're caught up. Thank you, everyone. Kitty Foo, thank you for 6 months. You snuck in at the end there. Thank you so much. And Juan Decay, thank you for the Gigantify. So hey, hi guys. I'm gonna drink water because that was a lot of words. Nice. Oh wait, I can unmute that. Here, I'll do it. Nice. How was that? I'm the best that I know. I try. Thank you. You're the best, Shiv. I appreciate that. I appreciate y'all's kind words and support so much. So I had like literally no joke, like 5 pages of stuff in Lucian's house. I just assumed they would be suspicious of him because they're suspicious of everyone else. I was floored. Can't believe it. The one time they don't snoop. It's there's like a magnet with DMs and players, and it's always flipped. Like we get some secret lore. I had like a bunch of stuff written on Thaddeus as well. But yeah, there was a lot. He does have a full set of void crystals. You guys want to know what the void crystals do? There was notes for void crystal stuff. Did Lucius call him Fatty? No. If I misspoke and said Fatty instead of Thaddeus, then that was an error. I'm pretty sure I said Thaddeus. I think I might have just maybe mumbled. So we know what blue and purple and green do. And technically we know what red do. For those of you who don't know, blue can absorb magic and resend it out. So you can kind of like store charges with it. Or not really store charges with it. It kind of just acts as like a transmitter for magic. Purple repels and nullifies magics. Red is a distortion between the planes. In large proximities of it, it can lead to like bleed through of different planes of existence. Green is the fluctuation of gravity. Where's my? I made a separate note page just for this. That luckily I didn't have open, so we didn't have to wait for me to find it last time. Yellow. Yellow is the equivalent of like a if you ever played like Elder Scrolls and stuff and had like soul gems. It can basically absorb and trap souls and store it as energy. Fun fact, yellow void crystal is found in locations of mass graves. So like by the city of Duskern or like battlefields where there happens to be a mine, or like a war, not a mine. It can shift into yellow. White is the equivalent of kind of like spell storing device. It's basically a direct tie into the like magical weave. So basically, if you have white void crystal, you can absorb its properties and like recharge spell slots. and then it like becomes void. But it's a thing like high level mages usually use for long excursions. And what does that leave us with? Orange. Orange affects time. There is a time slowing and speeding up property to it. So it's fun shenanigans there. There's a thing that's probably never gonna come up in this campaign. Is there a black void crystal? Yes, but like there's a few other void crystals, but I haven't locked them in yet of exactly what they do, so they're technically not canon yet. There is a town in Orlon that is it's built around a massive orange void crystal, and basically everything in its proximity, time is like super accelerated. And there's like a protective dome bubble kind of built around it that is like an illusion. So they've kind of like sequestered themselves away from the rest of reality. And if anything like comes into the city, like think of it this way. Think of it's like a perfect circular dome around the city. Everything inside moves super fast. Everything outside moves super slow because they're moving at normal time. So if people try to like approach, they just get like riddled with arrows and guns until they're dead, and then never seen again. Like there's no like chance to fight, and it's that kind of thing. But it is like it's one of the like random cities I made years and years and years ago that it exists. I don't think it'll ever come up in the story, but it is also like the like high tech, like Northcliff is like the invention hub of the world, but it is so far advanced because of how fast time has moved within. But it's fun. Oh god. Oh, there's so much I want to tell you, but it's spoilers. I want to gush so bad because there's so many little threads that could have happened. One of the things that was in Lucian's house was the entrance to his private demiplane. If that gives you an idea of like some of the things that could have happened in this episode. Which I have a map for that one. I have a map for that. Want them to go after that blood dude? I was like, I'm gonna give Naomi another go to see if they do anything with the blood guy. If not, I'm just gonna let the blood mage have fun. You know, he's doing fun. Demiplane, like his own realm. Yeah, it's basically a high level spell. To give you a hint, Lucian is like, I think he is a I'll also give you a little insight for chat. I have to find his character sheet. He's an 18th level wizard. He's also like, I think he's like 900. He's really fucking old. Yeah, Lucian's fun. God, man. Some of the things. Elves can live a long time. Yeah. I was having the impression of like, I think for elves in my realm, I like kind of like 1,000 being like the absolute maximum they can live. And most don't live that long because it's, a very hostile world to begin with. Unless they like kind of hide themselves away. Like elves do. But he's been a very active lad. Man, I really want to gush with you guys. One of the things they could have found, I mentioned this before, was documents on themselves that he had. He also had documents on the other adventuring party that was hired by the committee, and their name is the Rune Breakers. And just between you and me, chat, just a little secret, all the characters in that party are based on other D&D characters I've had. One of which I'm currently playing, but in a different campaign. It's fun to do stuff like that. Also, people were saying it before, Beckett Maxwell was a D&D character I played. He's a peace cleric, and he was very fun. I went through Strahd with him. We never finished Strahd. We got right up to like going to Ravenloft Castle, and we stopped. But yeah, he's an old character of mine. Feel like you never met anyone who finished a Strahd campaign? Yeah, we did like a few like long segments to try to get to the end, and like once we had like we learned all of the secrets in the lore and stuff that our DM had, which I loved, and then we just never got around to planning the next episode, and cut to like 2 years later. Yeah, we went through Murder House as well, which was a time. We were also, I think, I don't remember if we did something already with those characters. No, I think those characters were new for Strahd. Yeah, we almost lost. I almost died in Death House. Like, our DM definitely like toned it down or made it not as like as hostile, which I think is the play, because there's a lot of stuff in Death House where it's just like you TPK, period. Like there is no you make it out of there alive. Like you just do if you do the wrong thing sometime. We were in like the final encounter, and it was like I don't remember exactly what was happening, but basically there was like this mound of this thing, and we were all like, we have to leave. Everyone's almost dead. I'm almost out of healing. And the boss was like so close to being done, and I was like, we gotta do it. So we like killed it and got out with like just enough health. Like the peace cleric that I was like the subclass I was playing, they have an ability where basically on their turn they can move their full movement without provoking attack of opportunity, and anytime they're like are within 5 feet of an ally, they heal them for like 1d6 or whatever their wisdom is. So I would do that. I did that to get through like 5 enemies, so I didn't fucking take attacks of opportunity, and then just ran for the rest of my action. It was a good time. I loved that character. I loved Beckett. He was his whole like story was he was petrified. And the medallion in his arm that was a symbol of Ophina, because we used my gods for that game, because the DM was like, I don't want to use the Faerun gods. And the medallion was basically like a relic of Ophina and brought him back to life. But like his body had started to like opalize, being petrified. Like I just thought it was a fun idea. He was cool. He was a little British, I think, when I first played him, but I totally forgot to do that when I voiced him these 2 times. Oops. Ah, man, chatting with you guys is fun. I'm really excited for tomorrow. Fake British accent, yeah. When is the DLC released? 9 p.m. for me. So midnight Eastern time. So I'll probably go live. I might go live just right at 9 and then like install it and chat with you guys while we get ready for it. I haven't decided if I want to just like install it and then go live when it's all ready to go. So waiting to get your key? Oh no. Yeah, I think I like bought it when they announced it. That's the console time. I'm playing on Steam. I'm pretty sure Steam time in that is the same. Oh, it launches at 3? Why did they put out that infographic if it's wrong? Okay, well then, fuck that. We're starting stream at 3 o'clock. 3 p.m. Okay, so the okay, the infographic I saw was console, but it doesn't say... It just says preloads available for it. That's confusing. Oh, it does. Okay. I'm wrong. I'm dumb. Thank you, Navi, for saving me 6 hours of regret. Let's see who's on. Let's see if we can stream. Stream? Let's see who we can raid. Is Will just starting this or is he wrapping up? Oh, I think he's wrapping up. Still Wakes the Deep. I've heard great things about it, but it looks really good. We're gonna say hi to Will anyways. Hopefully he's gonna still be going. I spelt it wrong. I'm like reaching over my laptop. Say hi to Mr. Will of the Longship crew. Give him your love. And I will see you guys tomorrow for Elden Ring. And if you're not Elden Ringing or you're playing yourself and you don't want to get spoiled, I will see you on the other side. Thank you guys for everything. I really appreciate you all. And have a good rest of your night. Oh my God.